Got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. My bad, y'all. All right, here we go. I want everybody to understand from the context that the law is the truth. Okay, I want everybody to understand that the Most High's laws is the truth. That's the only thing we can build on. When we look in this word, and when we understand this word, hold up. When we understand this word, the only way to understand the framing of the house of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, what the Holy Spirit is designed to do. The Holy Spirit is designed to relay the slab. I want everybody to understand that. That's why he said, build your house on this rock so it can stand when the storm comes. What is that rock? It's the truth. He even said it when he talked to Peter. He said, on this rock, I build my church. The name Peter means stone or rock or something to that effect. Okay? I'm not being overly deep. I want you to understand the simplicity in the understanding. You have to build your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And you must start on the truth to have a firm foundation. So when we're listening to these things, when we're listening to just a video, right? It's bringing out information, but this information is designed for you to add to the slab. It's a reason why the government of the Most High is in the front of the book. It's in the time of creation. Why? Because of the slab has to be built. And if you even understand the Bible, just look at the shape of the Bible. The Bible is shaped like a slab. Do you understand where I'm coming from? It is a foundation, is what I'm saying. That's why Christ says, it says, no man can come to me unless he is drawn of my Father. And no man can get access to the sheep unless he come through me. What is that? The Spirit of the truth. So please, what I'm saying is that the truth transcends everything and anything. The truth is undefeated. Remember that. Nothing can stand against the truth. Nothing. So any doctrine that comes in and says that we don't have to keep God's laws, statutes, and commandments when his son came here to fulfill it and to tell you to be ye perfect. So I want you all to please pay very close attention. This is very, very serious stuff. Shall hearken diligent. Okay, so listen carefully. We have a grown man that's been teaching for 30 years that came out and said that he has been teaching tithe wrong for 30 years. See, a lot of us have, we have compassion for these charlatans. We have compassion for the hirelings. We love the hirelings. Because why? The hirelings, they mimic some of those that are in our lives, that are placed themselves as hirelings in our lives. And even those that are in very major positions in our lives, who have taken the authority of the hireling and taken the position of the hireling in our houses. Because the false doctrine doesn't stay in the building. The false doctrine is brought home by the man of the house, generally. Or if there's no man there, it's brought home by the woman of the house. So I want y'all to pay attention how this inheritance of ignorance, of betrayal, of deception, of forsaking the holy covenant and making themselves uncircumcised is passed down within the household. There went out of Jerusalem wicked men that deceived many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. Because you got to understand something. This gentleman is pushing something. And what he is pushing is contrary to God's word. I want y'all to pay attention to what's going on now. Don't miss it. This is epic. This is why I say Christian doctrine is a virus. I want everybody to understand there is nothing more satanic on the face of the planet than Christian doctrine. Please listen carefully and pay attention.
helmets, baseball. We had a lot of bands.
I just understand what you were saying. White nationalists?
That was the what you had.
Y'all hold on with me 1 second. Let me just check one thing. See if I can tighten up this audio. 1 second. 1 second.
Second King.
2 Kings chapter 17.
Talking about the Samaritans.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. All right. So.
Look at that real quick.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can. Let me see. I'm going to check the audio right quick, fam, and we'll be right back at it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take you back just a little bit, wee bit. This is High Priest Ariah. Rest easy. He has since passed away, but this is one of the original brothers that was crying out in the highways and the byways. This is from like 92, I think it said. Something like that, in the middle of Manhattan, Times Square. Bombing. Okay? All right.
Oh.
Absolutely. All right.
The Samaritans were not Jews. Dummy. Go into 17, 2 Kings. Just no, okay. You're not running this program.
No, I'm just trying to.
2 Kings, the 17th chapter, and about the 22nd verse down tells you about the people in Samaria, how they were put there during the time of the Assyrian captivity. Okay, just like you so-called Europeans, you're not Jews. Neither are you Christians. You're the devil that the Bible is speaking about. You're the children of Esau that the Bible is speaking about. You're the Edomites that the Bible is speaking about. This land that you're walking up and down in don't belong to you. You walk up and down in this country with your chest stuck out talking about you some Americans. This is stolen land, stolen property. You don't have a damn thing to say, just like I said. Ezekiel, give me Ezekiel 33:15. Ezekiel 33:15. If the wicked restore the pledge, when you put on your money, in God we trust. When your leaders put on your money, in God we trust, that convicted you devils. When you said that you were Christians, that convicted you devils. So the Most High say, if the wicked, somebody else, give me another reader. Besides, you hold that. Job, I want Job 9:24. Who is the wicked? Let's find out who the Most High say the wicked is in the Bible. And let's check out what he's saying in the Bible. I want you to hold what you had. I want him to get it. Yeah, Job 9:24. Okay. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. Now, you read that statement and you look around the earth, and who do you see ruling this earth? The so-called white man. Everybody's telling him to get the hell out of their land. He don't belong in the Middle East. They telling him to get the hell out of there. He don't belong in Africa. They telling him to get the hell out of there. The so-called white man don't belong in Australia. The Aborigines down there is telling him to get the hell out of there. You didn't belong in China. During the Boxers' Revolution, they were telling you to get the hell out of there. You don't belong in Japan. Japan wants your bases out of their land so they can set up their air force and their army like they want it. And you don't belong in America either. And you really don't belong in Europe, because Europe is not your homeland. You were rounded up and you were put in the caves of Europe, the caves of the Caucasus Mountain, because you have a disease called leprosy. And you still got that disease. That's a skin disease called leprosy. What is that? To break it down in simple terms, it's a lack of brown melanin. Your doctors are telling you about that now. There's a lack of brown pigmentation, brown melanin in your flesh. That's why they're telling you so-called Europeans to keep your butts out of the sun. So the Most High say the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. So who is that? You so-called white people. That's who everybody on this planet Earth is mad with. All right. The earth is given into the hand of the faces of the judges thereof. When it says you cover the faces of the judges thereof, you distorted history. You distorted biblical history. You took your face and made it Jesus Christ. You took your face and made it the Most High. You took your face and made it the angels. You took your face and you made it the Israelites with these pictures, Bibles that you painted, and the pictures that you painted all around the earth of you so-called white people, faggot models, posing as Christ, as David, as Solomon, as Moses. That's what that's talking about. You covered the faces of the judges there. The judges of this planet Earth are the Israelites, and the judges of this planet Earth are the angels, and Christ, and the Most High, the Supreme Being, whom you call God. So you covered his face with your face. Read it again. Okay. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. So he covers the faces of the judges of the earth. If not, where and who is he? So after it done told you how to find out who the wicked is, and some of you, because you so Christianized, you so-called Negroes, and you've been lied to by the so-called white man and his school system and his church system and so on, you say, no! The so-called white man can't be the wicked. So the Most High said, if not, then tell him where is he and who is he. So the so-called white man is the wicked by what we just read. And when we did the examination of things, who is the one that's ruling this earth? The white man. Who's the one that everybody's telling to get the hell out of their land? The white man. And you can go into history and check it out. The Boxers' Revolution in China. They were telling the cracker to get the hell out of there, the British and the Americans. Then they had the Japanese going along with them. But mostly it was the Germans. The Germans, the British, they were going to push the Japanese out because they considered the Japanese just like the Chinese. The British, the Germans, the Dutch, the Portuguese, all you so-called white people are the same people. You're known as Edomites. I'm going to prove who you are right now. Give me Genesis 25. Matter of fact, we start with the 21st verse. Isaac and Rebekah, a dark brown-skinned man named Isaac and a dark brown-skinned woman named Rebekah. How do we know this? When you read in Jeremiah 14 chapter and the 2nd verse, it says, Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof languish. They are black unto the ground. It's telling you the color of the tribe of Judah, and it's also telling you the color of Adam. Because Adam was made out of the ground, and all people that came out of Adam was different shades of brown, ranging from a dark brown to a light chocolate. The people that was absent of color is a so-called white man, red. And we're going to read about that, how he came about. That's why it mentions this here. That's why it mentions Esau in the 25th chapter of the book of Genesis, and the 25th verse, it mentions his color being different. But it don't mention Jacob's color or anybody else, because there was nobody in the earth at that time that color. That's why it mentions his color. And what he has is leprosy. I'm going to prove that too. Okay, Genesis 25:21. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife. So Isaac prayed to the Most High that his wife would get pregnant, because she was barren, because her womb was closed. So he prayed to the Most High to open her womb so she can get pregnant. And the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah, his wife, conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And your father Esau and our father Jacob was fighting in our mother's womb. Because we ain't never liked you. We didn't like you from the beginning when we was in our mother's womb. Because the Most High made it that way. That's what this scripture is going to say. So the children struggled together within her. That was your father Esau and our father Jacob. And she said, if it be so, why am I thus? So if the Most High blessed me to get pregnant, why is there a war going on in my stomach? And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb. 2 nations are in thy womb. The reason why they're fighting, the Most High said, because I did it. I put 2 different nations in your womb.
You ask your question, man.
Yeah,
You let that brother answer you. Let him answer, man. Don't you keep.
so y'all can you go ahead and answer. Then I wanted to go ahead and answer as well.
Okay.
I got 2 scriptures, so whenever y'all.
All right. First of all, the Mashiach was sent to the lost sheep in the house of Israel. So he was getting the house first in order, okay? Now, before this happened, now you know the story when the Roman centurion came to the Messiah, and the Messiah, he wanted the Messiah to go heal his servant. And he said, look, just speak a word, right? And I'll believe, and it'll happen, okay? After this man showed that much faith, the Messiah said that there will be people coming from the east and the west, right? Who are not the children of the kingdom. From the east and the west, right? Who are not the children of the kingdom. From the east and the west, right? Who are not the children of the kingdom.
All right, so this is Acts 9, verse 15. But the Lord said unto him, Go thy way, for he is a chosen vessel unto me, to bear my name before the Gentiles and kings and the children of Israel.
There it is there, my friend. Apostle Paul went to the Gentiles, my friend, and to the Jews. So that's 2 differences. That's 2 subjects. Gentiles and Jews. And the Jews meaning the house of Israel.
And that's Isaiah 49:6 right there.
Yes. It's Gentiles are never talking about the house of Israel, man. You can't pit the house of Israel or the Jews in with the Gentiles, man. It's separated, man. Can't pit the house of Israel or the Jews in with the Gentiles, man. It's separated, man. Can't pit the house of Israel or the Jews
East and the
in
west,
with the Gentiles,
right?
man. It's
Who
separated.
are not the children of the kingdom.
You know, and if you want me to, brother, if you hit me, I will send you some tools that will help you, my friend, because your theology, your doctrine is off, man. You have another Jesus. And the Bible speaks about another Jesus in 2 Corinthians chapter 11. Can't pit the house of Israel or the Jews in with the Gentiles, man. It's separated, man.
All right. 2 Corinthians 4, right?
Yes, sir.
Which verse?
Verse 4.
All right, verse 4.
This kind of activity is done for the.
No, I got the wrong chapter. What chapter you want? 2 Corinthians what?
2 Corinthians chapter 11.
11.
Verse 4.
Okay, verse 4. All right, got you. All right, 2 Corinthians 11:4. For if he that cometh preacheth another Jesus, whom we have not preached, or if ye receive another spirit, which ye have not received, or another gospel which ye have not accepted, ye might well bear with him.
There it is, my friend. There's another Jesus. There's possible to have another Jesus. And a lot of cats, man, have another Jesus.
Who are not the children of the kingdom. But they'll be coming from the east and the west to sit down and eat with Abraham. Who are not the children of the kingdom.
people, you so-called Negroes, West Indians and Hispanics and Native Indians, you caught right in the middle of it, man. You caught right in the middle of it. That's why God said to come out of her. Hold what you got. Jump me down to 18 and 4. Hold that because we coming back. H-O is in the same. We right there. There, go ahead. Revelation chapter 18 verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her. Lord said he heard another voice. John said he heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, man. That's what God is telling you, brother. That's what God is telling you, sister. You know the evil you doing. Stop living that life. Get ready to change your life before the Lord bring the Third World War down on this empire, man. Clean up your act, man. Clean up your act and come back to the Lord. First off, start out by finding out who you are. How you gonna be a black man in the earth in 2017 and don't even know the real identity of your black people? You walking around in 2017 in Washington, D.C. and don't even know the identity of your own people. Don't even know who you was before you got here. I got bad news for you. According to the Bible, you Negroes in the...
Wait, you guys can't see anything but one screen?
I can see just fine, brother.
Okay, babe, what you talking about?
The screen just recovered for me. No, it just...
Okay.
When you brought up Captain.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm fine now.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe just let me know, though. Let me know. Let me know if you froze, though. Okay.
That word so fire, it's okay.
All right. You can hear it, but it just wasn't moving on the screen. Okay. All right. Good. All right. So let's go back.
You gonna find out the real Jews are black. You gonna find out the people in the Bible was black. You gonna find out Moses was black. David was black. Jeremiah was black. Paul was black. Peter was black. These was not white men, man. These were black men walking around went down into Egypt. How many of you knew that Joseph in the Bible, if Joseph was walking around it today, Joseph would be considered a Puerto Rican, man. That's right. Joseph that went into ancient Egypt, that built up the entire Egyptian kingdom, Joseph was a Puerto Rican, man. You didn't know that, did you? You know why you don't know that? Because your preacher don't know the Bible. And he ain't telling you nothing about the Bible for real. And stop listening to that snake oil salesman you call a preacher. And start really studying the Bible. Do you know that there would be no more black drug dealers anymore in D.C.? Do you know there would be no more black whores in D.C. no more? Do you know that the crime would go down to near zero in D.C. because black men would no longer commit crime? Did you know that? Did you know that there would be no more abortion clinics in D.C. because black people would stop going to the abortion clinic? If you were to listen to what God said in that Bible, you would change the face of the black community.
You know that 78% of abortion clinics are in minority areas? Did you know that African Americans, who make up 12% of the population, make up 35% of all abortions in this country? Did you know that on the average, 1,876 African American babies are aborted every single day?
You are a virus.
I urge my friends and colleagues in the African American community to be very, very careful about this legislation, because we're talking about African American genocide.
You're not a race.
You hear me?
You are a virus.
You hear me?
You are a
There's
virus.
another Jesus. It's possible to have another Jesus. And a lot of cats, men, have another Jesus. Can't pit the house of Israel or the Jews in with the Gentiles, man. They're separated, man. There's another Jesus. There's possible to have another Jesus. And a lot of cats, men, have another Jesus. Can't pit the house of Israel or the Jews in with the Gentiles, man. They're separated, man.
You're not a race. You are
Good
a
evening.
virus.
What you're about to witness is an unrehearsed, uncensored interview on the issue of birth control. It will be a free discussion of an adult topic, a topic that we feel merits public examination. My name is Mike Wallace. The cigarette is Philip Morris. The Mike Wallace Interview. Tonight we go after the story of the woman who violated convention and bucked powerful opposition to lead the birth control movement in America. You see her behind me. She is Mrs. Margaret Sanger, who was thrown into jail 8 different times for her efforts. If you're curious to know why Mrs. Sanger has devoted her life to sin, and if you want to get her views on politics, divorce, and God, we'll go after those stories in just a moment. My guests' opinions are not necessarily mine. The stations are my sponsors, Philip Morris Incorporated, but whether you agree or disagree, we feel that none should deny the right of these views to be broadcast. One might say that the basis of this program is fact and fiction. And using that yardstick, I'd like to apply it to something I usually talk about at this time, and that is this: Philip Morris cigarettes. Here's why I smoke them and enjoy them. Fact 1. Today's Philip Morris is no ordinary blend. It's a special blend of domestic and... Today's Philip Morris is made of mild, lighter leaf tobacco. Opinion. To me, that accounts for the genuine mildness I get in every puff. It's what I call a man's kind of mildness. There's no filter, no fooling, no artificial mildness, because, you see, there's nothing between you and the tobacco itself. And fact 3 is, of course, this box. Philip Morris was the first non-filter cigarette to come in a crush-proof box. Opinion? A cigarette that keeps better, smokes better. So get with Philip Morris yourself and check these facts. And when you do, I think you'll find it's probably the best natural smoke you ever tasted. And now to our story. When Mrs. Margaret Sanger opened the first birth control clinic in the United States back in 1916, birth control was a dirty word. Birth control was a dirty word.
People. You're not a race. You are a virus. You drag us from our homes and break our brothers and do all you can to break our will. You stab us. Then you put the knife in our hand and tell us it's our fault.
What made you decide, you know what, I'm going to do abortions?
Somebody once said when you wrestle with your conscience, you lose, you actually win. And for me, that wrestling with conscience started about 14 years ago. The reality is that 1 in 3 women in this country by the time they're age 45 will have an abortion.
Amazing.
And it's the most common healthcare procedure that is offered. It's also one of the safest, but it's also one of the most controversial because it is a decision convicted me around what it meant to be a woman's healthcare provider and to be a Christian, which ultimately led me to conclude that there was nothing doctrinally or specific about abortion in sacred texts, whichever one you're talking about, nor was there anything that prohibited women from having control over their lives and their bodies to make the same decisions that men are entitled to make as moral agents.
That's amazing. How is abortion a health care procedure?
End it safely. Anything that risks or ends your poses a risk to your health is a healthcare issue.
But it's not a healthcare issue for. It's a healthcare issue for the baby, the unborn child, and that you're killing the baby. So I don't know how that is a healthcare issue for the child.
Well, so one of the things that when people describe abortion that way, one of the things that when people describe abortion that way.
My father was a sort of a village atheist who clashed with church authorities, and because of his atheism, his earnings dwindled under community pressure. You and your brothers and sisters were known as, quote, children of the devil, end quote. Quote, children of the devil, end quote. Atheist who clashed with church authorities. Because of his atheism, his earnings dwindled under community pressure. You and your brothers and sisters were known as, quote, children of the devil, end quote. Could it be, then, that in part at least, You were driven emotionally toward the birth control movement because of antagonism toward the church, because that was a way to fight the church.
The way I look at of calling abortion murder, or they call developing pregnancy a baby, what they're telling me is that they have a certain understanding about what a baby is, or about what they think healthcare is. If we're going to be precise in our language, baby is a cultural term, it's not a scientific or medical term. And before you're not a baby, you're not entitled to force a woman to agree with your
Well, aren't you
definition.
taking a life?
Because we're talking about African American genocide. You hear me?
LGBT history is all around, but state school officials today adopting new guidelines, making the history part of classroom lessons in all California schools. At Our Family Coalition, a group representing LGBT families, Jennifer Grant says she's excited. Her 15-year-old twins will learn about the movement for gay marriage.
They were at my wedding to my wife, but they have no understanding.
You can't see?
Yeah, I'm not getting any. Oh, now I'm getting video now.
I don't know what's
Now I'm getting
going
video.
on.
It just popped back up.
I don't know what's
Maybe it was
going on.
a-
Just let me know. Anytime it goes down, just somebody let me know. If it goes down on your screen, just let me know, okay? All right.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Of who fought for that and how we got to that point.
The law to include LGBT history passed 4 years ago, but budget cuts in opposition, like this petition against it, stalled the plan. Now California public school curriculum will include lessons in 2nd grade about diverse families. In 4th grade, students will learn about California's place in the gay rights movement. In 5th grade, 8th grade, and high school, students will learn about gender roles in the 18th and 19th centuries and examples of individuals who flouted them.
In the classroom, students will learn about prominent LGBT historical figures throughout the world. Perhaps they'll learn about someone like Oscar Wilde, the Irish writer.
We may not agree with all the history or the
There's
experiences.
another
We
Jesus.
may
There's
embrace some
possible
of
to have
it,
another Jesus.
But
And a lot
I
of
really
cats
want my
men
children, and I
have
would hope all parents would want their children, to learn about everything that's out there and then make up their own mind.
Son of man, his head and his hairs were white like wool, like wool, like wool, and his feet like unto fine brass,
There's another
as
Jesus.
if
There's
they
possible
burned
to
in a
have another
furnace.
Jesus. And a lot of cats men have another Jesus.
and you see video of somebody, I saw you, dude. You can't say, oh, it was somebody, I saw you do wrong. And this
There's no such thing as police brutality.
There's no such thing as police brutality?
No, that's a made up lie by the left, too.
To all peoples, to all peoples.
There's another Jesus. There's possible to have another Jesus. And a lot of cats men have another Jesus.
To all peoples, to all peoples.
Right after George, your brake lights are off. So you only have one activated active brake light. That's going to be your passenger side one, your third brake light, which is up here on top. And on this one back here, it's going to be out. You have a license and insurance? Okay. Don't reach for it then. Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out. Don't move.
interrupting your regularly scheduled programming because this nigga gotta compete.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
That's good.
Guys, I'm obsessed with these guys.
Look.
Man, do you see his picture?
Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Kanye
Look at
West in a skirt.
Somebody come and look at
And
this.
nobody viewing him off the
Look at
stage.
There's another Jesus. There's possible to have another Jesus. And a lot of cats, man, have
We are war.
another Jesus.
All people. We are war. Terrorism. People. Racism. But most of all, we are war ourselves.
It sounds to me you got precisely the reaction you wanted by wearing that hat.
I didn't want a reaction.
You wanted a
particularly.
reaction.
No.
You knew there was going to be a reaction.
I knew there was going to be a reaction, but I'm just living my life day by day, doing what I feel and what the Spirit calls upon me to do.
But it also
But you realize
opens
that you
up this
influenced
dialogue that you're not apologizing, because everybody else, when they make a statement like that, they end up apologizing because they're so worried about what people say on social media.
Well, you know why? You know why when I went to visit him the first time, right
after the election.
Right
after the election.
Because I knew there was going to be a reaction, but I'm just living my life day by day, doing I was what on I feel and what the opioids. Spirit calls upon me. 2 days after I got off of opioids, and I was addicted to opioids. 2 days I got off of opioids, I'm in the hospital, right? I'm taking two. Hey, everyone, listen to this, please.
This is the right way to do this. This is the right way to handle business. This is what a man does. This is what a man doesn't do.
There's another Jesus. There's possible to have another Jesus. And a lot of cats, man, have another Jesus.
Can we talk a little bit about being gay and being saved?
Well, I have come to believe being raised in a community of the arts.
There's another Jesus. There's possible to have another Jesus. And a lot of cats, men, have another Jesus. There's another Jesus. There's possible to have another Jesus. And a lot of cats, men, have another Jesus.
Howard Hughes, Picasso's,
I just say
Einstein.
artists.
Wait. Yeah, artists or just person or something. Just who I am. Whatever. Say my name and whatever. Just say my first name. Or say half of my first name. Just say yay. Whatever. And whatever someone takes from that.
I'm just living my life day by day, doing what I feel and what the Spirit calls upon me to do.
Apparently, the video seems like it has frozen. I can hear the audio.
You know why when I went to visit him the first time?
Yours frozen again. Yours frozen now.
Right after the election.
Yeah, and I took the tweets down and everything. Yeah.
Is it good now?
The fuck out, bro.
Yeah, it's froze.
Drugs
It's froze on Kanye and the white man.
Okay. Is it still froze, guys? I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah, it's still. Oh, here we go.
Alright.
It's
I
moving
knew
along.
there was going to be a reaction, but I'm just living
I don't
my
know why
life
it's
day
doing
by
that.
day, doing what I feel and what the Spirit calls upon me to do.
I think it's not matched up with the audio.
Yeah, just let me know when it freezes, guys.
It's still showing Kanye on stage.
I knew there was going to be a reaction, but I'm just living my life day by day, doing what I feel and what the Spirit calls upon me to do.
Well,
it was really just my subconscious. It was a feeling I had, like people were taught how to think, we're taught how to feel. We don't know how to think for ourselves. We don't know how to feel for ourselves. People say feel free, but they don't really want us to feel free. And I felt a freedom in, first of all, just doing something that everybody tells you not to do. Like, you can't do it for this reason. You can't do this for that reason. So, and, I'm not coming up here to justify anything. It's, you can't tell me nothing. I made the song. Fall for it. Like, I see you got Daz Dillinger on here. So they put on Media Takeout, it said the Crips have a hit on Kanye West, right? And I said, wow, this is really like the Malcolm X movie. They're really gonna send some black people to kill me. And then when I read it, it said the Crips are gonna beat Kanye up when they see him. And I was like, oh, that's so dope. They love me. That's like my brother. Your brother beat you up. Like, man, you getting out of line, bro. You tripping. I'm gonna beat you up. I was like, man, that's love, man. Daz loved me, and I love Daz. And
so you're not taking it seriously? That's how you took it when you saw the video of Daz saying...
Oh, you can live through an ass whooping. You ain't gonna live through, what I think that they're probably the idea is to beat sense into me. But, when you hear about slavery for 400 years, that sounds like a choice. When you hear about slavery for 400 years, that sounds like a choice. Like, you was there for 400 years and it's all of y'all? It's like we're mentally in prison. I like the word prison because slavery goes too direct to the idea of blacks. It's like slavery, Holocaust Jews, slavery is blacks. So prison is something that unites us as one race, blacks and whites being one race. That we're the human race. We're human beings and stuff. And eventually,
Can I go back to something you just said? Because I don't want to let it pass. You said that slavery was around for 400 years. At a point, it becomes a choice. Can I go back to something you just said? Because I don't want to let it pass. You said that slavery was around for 400 years. At a point, it becomes a choice.
Yeah, right now we're choosing to be enslaved. We're like, okay, so Ebro, I FaceTime him, and I'm there with Candace, right? And Ebro starts bringing up his version of facts, right? And Candace has facts. She's researched, right? Candace Owens has facts. She's researched. And then Candace just pulls out her Jedi lightsaber and just, chops Ebro's head off with facts. Then Ebro FaceTimes me the next day, and he's talking about the scoop and poop. He wants to talk about music now. I said, yo, you gonna have Candace on your show? He's like, nah, I'm not. She's mean. So you're gonna stifle her voice.
Started calling out Kanye's new album title Waves on Twitter. Then Kanye tweeted like 30 times about how Wiz is nothing and trapped by his stripper ex Amber Rose. He even went after Amber's kid, tweeting, I know you mad every time you look at your child that this girl got you for 18 years. He also followed it up with, you wouldn't have a child if it wasn't for me. Then Amber shut it down by tweeting, aw, at Kanye West, are you mad I'm not around to play in your asshole anymore? Hashtag fingers booty ass bitch. Greatest hashtag of all time. Amber Rose does not F around. But anyway.
Welcome to Essence Now's Kitchen Table Talk. I'm your host, Makondovu, but remember, this is your show, so you can sound off at any time using the hashtag EssenceNow or by emailing us at essencenow@essence.com. All right, today's conversation is all about racism in black and white. Whether it's the murder of Philando Castile or the recent incidents in Charlottesville, it's become pretty clear that white and black people often see the issues of racism completely differently. But how do we get white people to see racism as their problem too? And whose responsibility is it to educate when something racist happens? So because racism affects us all, we've invited some of our favorite woke Black and white folks to join us at the table for a real and frank conversation about race. Please welcome Davine Trentman, co-founder and production director of We Are So Z, Rich Jezwiak, writer and editor for Jezebel, GQ, and more, Alexander Hardy, writer and co-host of the Extraordinary Negroes podcast and Essence.com's senior news and culture editor.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Video. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
It's just frozen again, man.
Yeah, it's frozen on the girl at the border or something like that.
Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead and get into the scripts, man. We'll go and get into the scripts. I can't. I don't want to mess it up from there. So, all right. So back to the foundation, man. I'm going to go first and foremost. We're going to go to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. I'm going to pull up both maps first. Okay, so that we'll understand exactly what we're talking about as far as the foundation. Okay, so we understand that the 12 tribes of Israel was divided into 2 separate kingdoms. Okay, 2 completely separate kingdoms. And with when the Father speaks about the reconciliation, and when he speaks about bringing the Israelites back together, the scripture says that he will sanctify them or sanctify the Spirit by the belief in the truth. And I want everybody to understand the significance of that. That's why I was really trying to play the video, to just give you the understanding that this is not about a religion. This is not about your feelings and your emotions. None of that matters. And so what I want everybody to understand is that nothing is more powerful than the truth, period. Okay? Nothing is more powerful than the spirit of the truth. I want to make sure you're on mute. Your mic's on mute. All right. Let me see. I'm trying to pull up. Let me see. All right. Okay. Let's see. What's going on? All right. Let me take some things down. I guess it's just acting like that because I got so many windows open. Maybe that's the issue. All right. Let's go to Bible Gateway first. And 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. We're going to start at verse 9. This is very fundamental foundation for who disagrees with you. No one can disagree with the spirit of the truth, though many do on a regular basis all the time. Okay? Why? Because of what they've learned their entire life. That's why Christ, when Christ is speaking, of being born again, what he's telling you is, in essence, that you have to start from scratch. That you have to start all over again.
issues with my computer that I'm having. I guess it's just time, but my wife said I can't have a new computer yet, so y'all just gonna have to bear with me. All right. Let's let me first see if I can bring this together right quick. All right. Okay. So now, as usual, we start at the foundation. Okay. This is 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 7. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work. Only he who now letteth will let until he have taken him out of the way. So in other words, the mystery of iniquity, or the uncertainty of iniquity. You see it happening all around you. But it's a mystery to everybody on the planet. Why? Because everyone on the planet thinks that this is God. When you do just a basic Google search and you put the name in, you put this name in, I mean, just look at the things that you see. Does everybody see that image? Does everybody see the image of Trump sitting beside white Jesus?
Fine, I see that.
Okay. Does everyone understand that this is the most popular, the most famous, the most well-known image on the face of the earth? Can anyone think of any image more popular or more known than this image? Can anyone? Any image. I mean, just, is it Michael Jackson image? Is it more famous? Is Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola logo, more famous than this brand?
You're saying the image of Trump and next to Christ? Or the image that they want you to believe is Christ?
Is that Christ?
No.
Okay.
So the image is that the image that you're saying that's the most popular, and there's none other that's more popular than Trump and the image of that Christ?
Okay, so what's the most popular image, the most known image around Earth? Does anybody know?
Image of that Christ. That white image of that Christ.
This white image, right? Okay.
Right.
So this image is the most popular, the most well-known. If you were to pull this image up, I mean, you got to understand, first of all, I just typed the name in.
Right.
I want everybody to understand that. I just did a Google search that anybody can do. And because of this Google search, now you got to understand, you got billions of people that say they love and they know Jesus. I'll tell you a story. One time, my brother and I were on Facebook, and we were talking to a friend of ours that we grew up with. And our friend, he's a self-proclaimed Christian. And, we were just having a discussion about the fact that, I mean, it's no way that Christ could be white, right? And that it makes no sense. And we were talking about the fact that now the Christians, after receiving this image for over hundreds of years, that they've received this image as not only the Son of God, but as the Most High God, the Son of God, the Holy Spirit, and the truth. You got to understand the impact of that. Does everybody understand where I'm coming from? Christianity took this image from the Roman Catholic Church, and they put this image up in their churches and in their building. But you have to understand something. This image alone, first of all, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Does everybody agree with that?
Agreed.
Okay. So the way that this image is described in the scriptures, in the 13th verse of Revelations, we'll go there. Okay. We'll go to the 13th verse of Revelations. Revelation 13. Okay. All right. And I want to read. Okay. I'll start at verse 1. This is Revelation 13 and verse 1. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And upon his 10 horns, 10 crowns. And upon his head, the name of blasphemy. Please understand that this is not Dungeons and Dragons. Okay? So this is not a mythical character. This is the nations, the ruling nations at the end time. Okay? All right. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard. Okay? The reason why the leopard is used as the metaphorical symbology of the fourth and final beast. I need everybody to understand this is the leopard, which is the fourth ruling nation. The fourth and final ruling nation at the end of the earth. Okay? At the end of the times before the return of Christ. Okay? Understand. This is saying clearly that the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard. When you go to Daniel the 7th chapter, it talks about the fourth and final beast being like unto a leopard. This is symbolic of the clothing of Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great is responsible, him and his generals and his armies, and his conquering of the East. Okay, his conquering of ancient Greece. Okay, and his spreading of Hellenism or Greek culture or the idols and Greeks, the Greek gods, and their Greek worship of idols. He spread that throughout the East, and his nation, the Edomites. You have to understand that he is the son of Philip of Macedonia. The Macedonians descend from Esau's grandson, Amalek. Okay? When you are listening to Bibi Netanyahu and he speaks of Amalek, it shows you that they understand who their people are. Okay? They know that they descend from Esau. They know that Alexander the Great started the face of the fourth and final beast, which this beast is a scarlet-colored dragon. Scarlet means red. Edom, Esau, when he was born, Genesis 25th chapter, and the first came out red all over like a hairy garment. Okay? So you have an understanding. You have an understanding of what this symbology actually means and how you can tie it to our end times. And so we don't have to go back and forth with what you think about these people or what you think about those people. No, we're just deciphering and utilizing the Holy Spirit, which is knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the truth, and allowing the Holy Spirit to reveal to us the spirit of the truth so that we can obey the truth. You understand?
We're not here to protect or to keep the wrath of God off of anyone, but ourselves, our family, and our nation, and our people. We don't want to stand in the way of God's wrath because we understand that God's wrath is indeed just. Okay? But I'm just going to show you that these verses, these words, this truth has been in the earth for many, many, many years. So pay attention to it, okay? And his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth was as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power, and his seat, and great authority. Okay, we understand that the dragon is the spirit of Satan himself. Okay, pay attention to how this is going down. It says that the dragon gave him power. It gave him his seat over the whole earth. It gave him great authority over the whole earth. So when you're wondering why are nations complicit with what is obviously evil and wickedness, you have to understand that they are set in motion by a spiritual power. Okay? Of which they are not willing to disobey. Because they know when they come against that spiritual power, they are brought down. Okay, pay attention. All right. And I saw one of the heads as if it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world wondered after the beast. So you have to understand first, when Alexander the Great came up against Greece, the Persians, Darius, King Darius, was over the empire known as ancient Greece today. Okay? When Alexander the Greek's army came against Darius in the land of Greece and against the Persians overall, even in their land, they were the greatest land of the time. Okay? And they had already conquered ancient Greece. But when he came against Darius, they destroyed the army of the Persians. Your modern day Persians are Iran. Okay? Just want you to understand that the nations that are in the Bible have an equivalent. They have a equivalent modern day nationality. Every nation after the flood has a modern day nationality. The Bible is not a Christian comic book. The Bible is the history of the Israelites and the history of the heathen nations on earth and their works in the earth. Okay, so I'm just trying to show you step by step where this is so that you can go back and you can study it yourself. It's right there. Very simple to understand. Okay? You have someone pointed out to you, you can go to these things, and once you go to them, no one can teach you any differently. That's why he said, build your house on a rock, so that it can stand when the storm comes. Right? Third verse. And I saw one of the heads as if it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. All right. What is it talking about when he says that he saw one of the heads and it was wounded to death? What does that mean? It means that in 192 AD, you have to understand that the Macedonian Alexander the Great took over Greece while he was yet alive. He only ruled for 12 years. When he took his father's army, his father is Philip of Macedonia. Okay, he was a Macedonian. When he took his father's army, fully intact army, his father was killed before he went to war against Darius, who was the king of the Persians. His father was killed. He ascended to the throne, and he took his fully intact army and navy against the Persians.
in both ancient Greece as well as in the ancient Persia, which is Iran. Okay. Now, from there, he began to spread not Macedonian culture, but Hellenistic culture, Greek culture. That's why you have Israelites or so-called black people that are in these various Greek fraternities and sororities. Okay? Why? Because they feel as though, based upon their college experience, and also because of the promises that are made to them, when they join these organizations, it raises them to a different echelon than the regular black person. Okay? This is why they move out of the community as well. Okay? All right. So the scripture says that Alexander became the first to rule over Greece. Now, that meant that he brought Greek Hellenism in. They became the fourth beast. They started to control all of those areas. And his generals, once his generals got in position, the scripture says that evils multiplied into the earth. Okay? So his generals put crowns on their heads, and they became the Greek Empire. That Greek Empire would later join with the Roman Empire and become the Greco-Roman Empire. Then after a while, now you got to understand, it'll be the same gods, the same philosophy, the same Hellenism, the same culture, right? It's idol worship. All right. They worship the same exact gods. All right. That's why he wanted to push Hellenism, because of the idol gods and because of their promiscuity as a nation. They were also known as phallic worshipers. That's why you see so many statues of naked people. Okay. Now, they would later drop the name Greek, and it would be the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire is where you get the image, the most popular brand, the most popular logo in world history. The Holy Roman Empire gave you this image and spread this image throughout the entire earth. We also received the religion based upon the religion of Antiochus Epiphanes. That was the precursor of Christianity and Christian doctrine. So you have to understand that this image came from somewhere, and I'm about to read to you exactly where it came from. It was designed to symbolize the fourth and the final beast of Revelations and of Daniel, the 7th chapter. Okay, so now pay attention. And it says that deadly wound, the deadly wound was healed. How did he get the deadly wound? 192 AD, September Severus, an Israelite slave at Rome, who was a gladiator. The movie Gladiator is made after September Severus. He realized, he said, wait a minute, we're fighting lions and tigers and bears, and we're defeating them. So surely we can defeat Rome. And so those slaves gathered themselves together and created what was known as the first Israelite slave revolt. And they ransacked and toppled Rome. That's the deadly wound that was healed. Now, how was that wound healed? Well, about 1100 AD, you had a period of time called the Renaissance. Okay? That's the Renaissance means to renew. So the Roman Empire was renewing its kingdom. All right?
How did it renew it? We're gonna pay attention. The verse is going to tell you clearly what happened and why. All right? Fourth verse. And they worshiped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast. And they worshiped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies. And power. Hold on. Okay. Fifth verse. And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 40 and 2 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints. Who are the saints? The saints are the Israelites. And to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the earth. You have to understand something. You have to understand something. When the Israelites hear the spirit of the truth, when the Israelites hear the voice and the word of the living power, they know who it is. They know it's from the Most High. So all this is designed to do is to read things for you and to point to things for you that are going to trigger the spirit that is already in you. And once you see these things for the symbology that it is, that's what it's designed to do. You got to understand. A picture, an image is worth 1,000 words. Okay? So let's pay attention and let's understand that everything is designed to keep you, to keep the knowledge away from you. Because once you understand who your God is, and once you understand how to obey that God in spirit and in truth, you are no longer worthy of being a slave. I want everybody to understand that. You can't keep a knowledgeable man in captivity. Okay? I want everybody to understand what I'm saying. Okay, this is not based upon my opinion. Okay, this is not based upon my feelings and my emotions. This is the word of the Most High. Okay? All right? So this is what's in your Bible. So dust it off. Get it off the mantelpiece. And dust it off and read it. And understand that when you get the knowledge, when the scripture speaks, understand that when the scripture speaks of have you received the Holy Spirit since you believed, it's talking about have you received the spirit of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the truth. Okay? All right. So let's continue. A verse. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. Please understand that Christ, the Lamb, was slain in the spiritual realm for Israel to sanctify Israel before the foundation of the earth. Okay? And please understand that when you read, when you see the 9th verse, it says, if any man hath an ear. What does that mean? Let him hear. What does that mean? It don't mean ears on the side of your head. It means understanding. If any man has knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, let him understand. I need everybody to understand what's going on. The scriptures are locked to those that don't believe the spirit of the truth. Those that are tied up in religion. Okay, those that are bound by religion. Okay, I want you to. I want everybody to. Let's see. Let's get here. Let's see. All right. Hold on. Okay. So when you can't hear this truth, okay, you have to understand. When you can't hear this truth, okay. This is 2 Corinthians chapter 4, right? What is that good news? That the Father is going to make good on the words that he gave the prophets to give to Israel. Okay? That's what good news is. When you look at Emmanuel, when you understand what that means, it means God with us. In other words, it means God, after all of these years, will fulfill his promises. And he will not forsake his people. Though we have been in captivity in all of these particular lands, and though these heathens have become lords over us in all of these nations, and have lynched us and castrated us and hung us from trees and unalived us and robbed us and come against us and came into our houses and took our babies and put them in little cages and threw them off the banks to hunt for 700-pound, 900-pound bull alligators so that they could make shoes and belts and luggage, and even using our forefathers' skin to make handbags, purses, and luggage, and shoes, and jackets. Okay? It says, if this gospel be hid, if this hope that Christ has come to reconcile the Israelites. Please understand. You cannot be reconciled if you were not originally in covenant. I'm going to say that again. A girlfriend and a boyfriend cannot be reconciled. There is nothing to reconcile you to. You are not in covenant. I want everybody to understand that. Okay. The only a husband and a wife can be reconciled. Understand that. Romans the 10th chapter speaks of the branches, meaning the children of Israel, that were the branches of the green olive tree. That is in Romans the 10th chapter. It says that the branches were broken off for unbelief. Does everybody understand that? They were broken off for unbelief. And since the root was holy, which is Christ, which is the spirit of the truth, which is the promises of the Most High God, which is his word, which is his voice, which is his law, statutes, and commandments, the root is holy, then so are the branches, which is why they can be grafted in again, reconciled back to the Father. I need everybody to understand this symbology I'm using. You cannot take Ammon, Moab, Ham, Elam, and reconcile them to a place they never were to begin with. The scripture says the gods of the nations are idols. They worship what is not God.
and he instructed Israel not to join unto these nations in love and cleave unto these nations and make marriages with these nations, because he said that they would turn your heart from following me. Why? Because they would hide the gospel from you. Let's pay attention. Third verse. But if this gospel be hid, it is hid to him that are lost, in whom the God of this world, please understand that the word God simply means power. And by the first commandment, you understand that there is multiple powers in the earth. I just told you about a beast with 7 heads and 10 crowns. And he got his power and great authority from the dragon. Does everybody understand that? So we can put 2 and 2 together. In whom the God of this world, the power of this world, the God that is in authority over this world, have blinded the minds of them which believe not. Because you got to understand, you're going to operate completely different when you believe. And what is it saying? Believe means believing the truth. And I'm going to show you that in just a second. Lest the light, meaning the truth, the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the glorious gospel of Christ, the good news of Christ. What does Christ embody? Christ, Emmanuel, God with us. Christ, the perfect sacrifice. Christ, the holy root. Christ, the spirit of the truth. The foundation. The root. Does everybody understand that? The word of the Most High. Christ said in Matthew the 5th chapter and the 17th verse, think not if any person on earth truly believes the Bible, you would never ever say that you are a Christian after reading Matthew the 5th chapter and the 17th verse. Everybody understand that? Christ says 2 very important words. Think not. Pay attention. Because we got in the 4th verse, it says, in whom the God of this world have blinded the minds. Don't you understand that you do your thinking in your mind? Do you understand that? Your mind is your spiritual brain. Your mind is your spiritual heart. Does everybody get that? In whom the God of this world have blinded the minds of them which believe not. I'm going to bring this right on home, because we're going to go to 2 Thessalonians. It's going to bring it even further home. Lest the light of this glorious gospel of Christ. What is the glorious gospel? That Israel has a salvation that has come and laid his own life down to reconcile through his blood the children of the promise who are counted for the seed. I want everybody to understand that. And listen, I'm going to show you the verses. I want to say what it is before, so that we can open your eyes. Then point to the verses that prove exactly what I'm saying. But please understand, it's not about what I'm saying. Okay? I am only a guide. Okay? I was sent here to point to scriptures and verses that are in the text. And please keep in mind, you don't have to believe them. Because your believing the scriptures is based upon the Lord, not me. Okay? So pay attention. Who is the image of God should shine unto them.
Meaning the image of God, meaning who the Father is, should shine, meaning that it is revealed unto you. Right? Shine, light, brightness, right? Giving you the understanding, taking you out of darkness into his marvelous light. Please understand, when you are born again, right? When you lay your life down and you're in the earth as Christ is in the earth, as Noah was in the belly of the whale 3 days and 3 nights, right? And you come out and you are born again. That means you are a baby. You're not coming out running your mouth because you don't know what you're doing. Okay? So you can't be born again if you don't have a teacher. You have no understanding. If nobody taught you how to walk, how to talk, how to act, if no one nourished you with the milk of the scriptures, you don't have a clue of what you're talking about. Fifth verse. For we preach not of ourselves, but Christ Jesus the Lord, and ourselves your servants for Christ's sake. For God who commanded the light to shine out of darkness, meaning to bring the truth in a time of great deception, have shined in our hearts. Those that believe. To give the light of the knowledge of the glory of God in the face of Jesus Christ. And I know, his name ain't Jesus, and no J in Hebrew. We understand all of that. But I need you to understand the foundation first, so that you can put things in context. Don't strain at a gnat. Okay. So many of us had to come out of darkness. Okay. And if we can lay these breadcrumbs and show you where these breadcrumbs are and show you the spirit of the scriptures and show you the spirit of the truth, we can show you the direction out. And we can use the names that you are familiar with in order to get out. Okay. Now, this is the 10th verse. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. Now, nobody would be acquitted of God's word. He said that he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. Please understand that the Zionists of the New Testament are the Christians. And the Zionists of the Old Testament are your quote-unquote Jewish people. Nobody, no God of the Bible, no one on the planet can find one verse that proves that God ever called his people or ever named his people Christian or Jewish. There is no verse in the Bible. You don't believe me? Go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT. Did the God of the Bible, the King James 611 Bible, did he name his children Jewish, or did he name his children Christians? You took the name they gave you. But you rejected the name God gave you. That's heavy. That's heavy. The scripture says that the Lord gave you his name. Israel or Yasharallah. What is it? Now pay attention. Fourteenth verse. Women know. 13th verse.
Recording in progress.
What? Wait, is this not recording? When you all came in, y'all didn't hear record? You didn't hear? Let's see. I don't know
when
what's
you came
going on.
in, bro, you started recording.
Okay.
When you came in, you started.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. My computer is wow. Anyway. All right. So. All right.
11th verse. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. And he had two horns, meaning two powers, meaning two kings, like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he exercises the power of the first beast before him, who was the first beast, the Roman Empire. That was ransacked and fell. The beast that deadly wound was healed. Right? His wound was healed by the Renaissance, bringing out that image. Okay. Let's just keep reading. You tell me what the book say. And causeth the earth and them that dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. Pay attention. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. Where did he get his power from? From the dragon. Right? So that he can exercise the powers of the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. So after Rome got ransacked, they were able to revamp, to renew the Holy Roman Empire. In 192 AD up until about the 1400s. Right at about the 1100s when the Renaissance actually happened. It was the time of iconoclasm. What did iconoclasm mean? It meant that you took the Israelite images, the dark images, those images that were revealed by Vladimir Putin from his ancient church, showing that not only was Christ black, but also the Israelites were black. The prophets were black. Noah, Moses, King David, King Solomon, Paul, Peter, Thomas were black people. Okay? The southern kingdom Israelites were black people. Three tribes: Benjamin, Judah, and Levi. Benjamin are your modern day West Indians. Judah are your modern day so-called black people. Levi are your modern day Haitians. And your 10 northern tribes are made up of your Native American Indians and Gad, Seminole, and Simeon, your so-called Mexicans, in Issachar, Ephraim, your so-called Puerto Ricans in Ephraim, which is who Joseph was. And if you notice that Puerto Ricans, those that don't have the Spaniards as their fathers, are brown, dark brown people. Okay? Understand that. All right? 14th verse. And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. Saying to them that dwell on the earth, pay attention, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword and did live. So wait a minute. So now they're going to make an image to the beast. What is that image? What is that brand? What is that logo? Does everybody see that? This is the face. If I put in, this is a very standard search of which you can do yourself. If I enter the word Christianity, these are the images that come up. Everybody see these images. Does anybody understand and know what this image is? Now, you'll find many Christians. Let me show you how strong the deception is. Many Christians wear this image around their neck. Many Christians, I'll say it again. Many Christians wear this image around their necks. What is this image? Can somebody come up off of mute and let us know what this image is?
It's the crucifix.
It's the cross. It's the murder weapon of Christ. You say it all the time. You say it all the time.
Yeah. And they ain't got sense enough to know that they shouldn't even be wearing nothing like that.
Okay, so look at. I want to ask you though. I want to ask you also. Okay, so if the crucifix is the murder weapon of Christ, what about the image that's on the crucifix? It is also a murder weapon of Christ.
Of course it is.
And it's in the same shape, right? In the same form. Okay. Let me ask you another thing. Let me ask you another thing. Hold on. This is Job, the first chapter. Okay. This is Job, the first chapter. Okay. Job chapter 1 and verse 1. There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. That man was perfect and upright, one that feared God and eschewed evil. And there were born unto him 7 sons, 3 daughters. His substance also was 7,000 sheep and 3,000 camel, 500 yoke of oxen, 500 she-asses, and a very great household. So that this man was the greatest of all the men of the East. And his sons went and feasted in their houses, every one his day, and sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and to drink with them. And it was so when the days of the feasting were gone about, that Job sent and sacrificed them. And rose up early in the morning, and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, It may be that my son have sinned and cursed God in their hearts. Thus did Job continually. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. And Satan came also among them. Let me say it again, so everybody understand. Do we see that Satan is separate from the sons of God according to Job chapter 1 and verse 6? Does everybody see that?
Absolutely.
All right. So Satan is not included in the sons of God. It says, and Satan came also among them. Among them. And the Lord said unto Satan, and please understand something. It does not say in the Bible anywhere that Satan is God's enemy. It says that Satan is your enemy. The children of the Most High enemy. Okay. I want everybody to get that. Satan is a W-2 employee of the Most High. Okay. Satan got a W-9. Okay. When the Most High says jump, he says, how high, Lord? Satan does not want that smoke with the Most High. Stop kidding yourself. Everybody see that? Everybody understand that? I want everybody to understand that because it's a whole lot of misunderstanding. Because when you're in the Christian church, you don't even know who your enemy is. Everything is the devil. And we have to understand that Devil simply means deceiver.
Okay.
And so now I want to make sure that you understand that you can look on these TikTok streets and you can see all type of wickedness. But over and over, my lives get restricted, or I get banned, or whatever the case may be. I mean, you got all out Satanists. You got all out sisters who are former strippers that are, I mean, with the most vulgar and depraved songs on the planet that are pushed by multi-billionaire people that say that they are the children of Israel. I want everybody to understand what's going on now. Hold on. Okay. All right. Make sure everybody understand what's going on. So, and again, this is not about your feelings and your emotions. Just push on. If you don't want to hear the spirit of the truth, if you want to reject the spirit of the truth, I have no problem with it. Okay. Job calls the Father the King of Terrors for a reason. So if you want that smoke with the Most High because you want to reject the truth, I understand what I'm trying to say now. I don't have no religion for you. All I have is 2 plus 2 equals 4. If you want to argue with that, do so. It's completely up to you. You got choices. Okay? All right.
No, come on, bro.
Okay. So now let's pay attention. I want y'all to understand something because we came from this image. We came from this image. Everybody see it. Y'all said this image is the murder weapon of Christ. It's a symbol of the Roman. Remember, it's the symbol of the Romans. Death penalty. It's called a crucifix. Okay? Now, when you see this image that is also in the exact same shape on this cross, what does it say? It says that he is dead, frail, Caucasian with abs, smoke weed, and work at Waffle House. Okay. Now, what you'll notice is that those Zionists of the New Testament, those that took over the New Testament, calling themselves Christianity, and replaced the Israelites of the New Testament, did not provide an image that looks like the people who they say are the children of Israel now, today. No, they provided an image that looks like them. Does everybody notice that? Does everyone notice that they provided the image that looks like them? Does everybody get that? All right. Okay. Still got this image. You also use it as crosshairs. Right? If you look in a scope, you'll see these same. So this symbolizes death. Okay. Does everybody understand that? Okay. It is a symbol of death. All right. So now, let's keep going. Okay. And the Lord said unto Satan, Whence cometh thou? Now we know that the Lord knows where Satan came from. But the Lord asked Satan to tell you where he came from. Does everybody understand that? That is the purpose of this record. That is the purpose of this word. This word is not for the Most High. This is His word for you. Why? Because you are going to think in 2024 that you are a Christian. And you are going to reject your actual culture. Your actual nationality. You are going to be an adversary to the spirit of the truth. When it comes out, you are going to be an adversary of it. Why? Because you believe not in the spirit of the truth. And the only way to be sanctified, the only way for your spirit to be cleansed, and for you to have right to the Lamb's book of life, is for you to believe in the spirit of the truth. And for you to have that bloodline covenant coursing through your brain, coursing through your mind, coursing through your veins, that you know that this is the Father, this is the Creator of the heavens and the earth. This is His Son's word, of which He came to fulfill of His Father. Pay attention. Because understand something. When you reject it, whichever way you reject it, okay, you are taking on or believing something else. Okay, so let's pay attention. And the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou? Then Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. Wait a minute. Does everyone see to and fro, up and down? Does everybody see that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Who does to and fro and up and down before they pray or before they, as their symbology of their religion? Who does that?
Catholic people.
Okay. So I'm just wondering. Okay. So as I'm making things up. Okay. I'm Googling it. Okay. This is what is known as a what? Catholic. The majority of presidents of the United States have been Roman. Well, how about this? Let's just see. Okay. So Episcopalian. Where do we get? Okay. Let's understand first and foremost. Okay. So the Roman Catholic Church is the founder of all religions on the earth. Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna say that again. The Roman Catholic Church, Rome. The Renaissance. The beast whose deadly wound was healed. Okay. They had power and great authority given unto them. They were seated at the top of the people of the earth. Everybody understand that? Okay. This Roman Catholic religion has morphed into 33,000 different denominations of Christianity. 33,000. Some of the top, please put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute. All right. 33,000 different denominations of Christianity. 11 of the presidents were Episcopalian. That's a denomination of Christianity. Now, please understand that there is no mention of Christianity or the doctrine of Christianity anywhere in the Bible.
God never gave his people a religion or a doctrine called Christianity. God never, the God of the Bible, never named his people Christians. Or told them to go to the Christian church, or told them to be Christian pastors, or any of that. The entire religion is designed to replace the Israelites. Okay. The eight presidents were Presbyterian. Four presidents were Baptist. Four presidents. Well, I mean, and I guess you just a non-denominational Christian. I mean that you got 33,000 different type of Christians, but now you could just be just a straight Christian. I mean it's just like a liquor store. You know how many type of bourbons it is, and how many type of gins it is. It's gin. You okay? All right. Unitarian, Methodist, Catholic, disciples of Christ. The disciples of Christ were Israelites. Dutch Reformed, Quaker, no affiliation. I guess that means atheist. Or no religion at all. Congregationalists. Like I told you, 33,000 different forms. Okay. All coming from the Catholic Church. Okay. Let me ask you, where does it all come from? Up and down and to and fro. Does everybody see that? Does everybody see this crosshair? Does everybody understand what a crosshairs is? Does everybody understand what a symbol of death means? So you don't have to wear your skull, especially when you're wearing a cross. I mean, pay attention. Okay. All right. So now, 14th verse reads, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. Saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword and did lay a babe. If you could bring me some water, please.
You got it.
I don't need it till I need it. 15th verse. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. So I want everybody to understand. Wait a minute. Understand. Let's take it just one step at a time. That those that dwell on the earth, who was those that dwell on the earth? That was the top nation at that time, is the Roman Catholics. It's the Roman Catholics of which the world receive the religion called Christianity. Christianity came out of the Roman Catholic Church, and all its derivatives were born from that. The religions of the cross. The religions of the up and down, to and fro in the earth. Does everybody see that? And everybody understand that? Okay. All right. Okay. And so I want to go back to the 14th verse where it says, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. So understand that this fourth and final beast was able to get powers from the beast and from Satan himself. That's who the beast is, that dragon, that old dragon, Satan himself, that scarlet-colored beast. Okay. Gave them that dwell on the earth, the Roman Catholics, who were in rulership of all the earth at that time. The Holy Roman Empire. Okay. With the Greek culture that they received from Alexander the Great. So all of their gods and all of their religious practices and their worship came from Hellenism. Their pantheon of gods came from Hellenism. Let's take a look. Please understand that the Renaissance the Romans painted who they are. Okay. They had these paintings done. Had these paintings done. One such famous painter that was also responsible for painting Caesar Borgia as the image of Christ and the Most High and the Holy Spirit in one image. Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, who were lovers of Caesar Borgia. Okay. Caesar Borgia came from a family of the Roman popes. Pope Clement VI of Rome, Rodrigo Borgia, was his father. And remember, and deceiving them that are on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, the Roman Catholics, that they should make an image to the beast. So this image, this most famous image, let's see if we can get it back on the screen. Maybe it'll change now. Let's see. Oh, there we go again. All right. So this image that they should make an image unto the beast. This is what was produced by the Roman Catholic Church. This is what was produced by those that dwell on the earth. They were given power and great authority to create the image unto the beast. Does everybody see that? And they pushed this around. Understand a picture's worth 1,000 words. But I guess 1,000 words wasn't enough. We're going to see that in just a second. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast. So wait a minute. So this image would now have life that was given to it by Satan himself, the spirit of Satan himself, and them that dwell on the earth, that had the power that was given to them by Satan and given to them by the beast, according to the scriptures. Okay. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast. That the image should both speak. Please understand what's going on. You have to understand. How does an image speak? So we look at how this image got into the minds of our people. Clearly, this image was not an image of the Israelites. Clearly.
Okay. So this
image
was brought
out,
and
a thousand words obviously was not enough. They had to give life unto the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast could speak.
So they gave it a doctrine that was associated with the image of the beast. Okay. So let's take a look at that doctrine. Okay. This is the doctrine that came along with that image. If anybody else has another religion that came with this image, another religious doctrine, is there any other religious doctrine that came along with this image? Does anyone know of any other doctrine that came along with this image? Because according to, let's see. I want to see if I can go back to that same tab. Because it had a logo and a brand on it. On that tab. There we go. All right. So that logo and that brand for all of these religions is right here. Okay. That to and fro and up and down is right here. That symbol of the Roman death penalty is right here. That symbol that those of the New Testament that are looking to replace the Israelites wear around their necks and on garments and on their clothing, and they have it on their Bible, and they exalt this image. They have it in their houses. They have it over their doorposts. They have it on their cars. All of it. Okay. So we're tying all these religions are symbolized by this to and fro and up and down. By these crosshairs. By this symbol of death. Okay. All right. We just putting it together. Okay. All right.
Nephew, excuse me.
Yes.
I got a question to ask. When it comes to these different religions, those that consider themselves to be Christians are the only ones that I've ever known to wear a cross. Mm-hmm. Those that are in Buddhism, Muslims, why don't they wear crosses if they're such Christians?
Okay. Let me show you their symbols. They're not Christians. They're Muslims. But their religion came from the Roman Catholic Church as well. And I'll show you that too. Okay. So now, first I want to show you. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. So let's go to. Ezekiel, the 8th chapter. 1. And it came to pass in the 6th year, in the 6th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I sat in mine house, and the elders of Judah sat before me, that the hand of the Lord fell there upon me. Then I beheld, and lo, a likeness, as the appearance of fire, from the appearance of his loins even downward, fire, and from his loins even upward, as the appearance of brightness, as the color of amber. And he put forth.
You said
what'd you say?
Hey, put
yourself on mute.
Keep
yourself on mute, babe. Keep everybody on mute.
Sorry.
All right, no worries.
And he
put forth the form of a hand and took me by a lock of mine head.
Okay, so
you understand why those that of the old covenant looking to replace the Israelites have those silly looking hats and those little curlies coming down from the side of their heads. And they have on all black mostly. They classify themselves as Orthodox. The ones with the tonals in the bottom of the synagogue. Okay. And the Spirit lifted me up between the earth and the heavens and brought me in the vision of God to Jerusalem, to the door of the inner gate that looketh towards the north, where was the seat of the image of jealousy, which provoketh to jealousy. So the Lord is taking Ezekiel to the temple that Solomon built in the southern kingdom of Israel. Benjamin, Judah, and Levi, remember, are the three tribes that remain in the southern kingdom. The Levites were the priesthood. Benjamin is the same tribe as the Apostle Paul. And Judah is the kingship tribe. This is why they call the southern kingdom Israelites Jews or Yehuda or Yahudim. Okay? There is no J in Hebrew. But it means a southern kingdom Israelite or the house of Judah because Judah was the kingship tribe over Benjamin and Levi. Okay? It's no mythology. All right? Sixth verse. Then said he unto me, Son of man, lift up thine eye now the way towards the north. So I lifted up mine eyes the way towards the north, and behold, northward at the gate of the altar, the image of jealousy in the entrance. So Ezekiel, the Lord is showing Ezekiel the idols that are set up even in the temple of the Most High that is in the southern kingdom. To show and prove that the southern kingdom Israelites, though they came up in the culture, though they came up in the customs, though they came up listening to the Levites make sense of the law every Sabbath day, though they kept the feasts and the high holy days, though they were circumcised on the 8th day, they still worship idols. They still worship the idols that the northern kingdom 10 tribes were worshiping. The same idols of which they call the northern kingdom the uncircumcised. And they call them heathens. And they call them Gentiles and strangers. And they had no dealings with the northern kingdom Israelites because they worship idols. But they worship idols out in front, just like, they weren't ashamed of their idols because they were told that the idols that they were worshiping was the God that took them out of Egypt. The same way Christianity tells you today. That white Jesus is the God that took the Israelites out of Egypt. What's worse about Christianity? Is that Christianity tells you that another nation is you, that God that they put in front of you took another nation, and the people who are in the land today out of Egypt didn't even take you out. And you so dumb and stupid because you love Christianity so much that you reject the spirit of the truth. And you mad at me because I'm trying to sound the alarm to warn you of the wrath of the king of terrors. And that you don't have much time to learn. You best to learn quickly. Let's continue. 6th verse. And he said, furthermore, unto me, son of man, seest thou what they do, talking about the southern kingdom Israelites? And really, you're talking about the leadership. You're talking about the Pharisees and the Sadducees, those that had control of the temple. They were in the temple worshiping, pay attention, worshiping the same idols as the northern kingdom Israelites were worshiping. Even the great abominations that the house of Israel committeth here, that I should go far off from my sanctuary. But turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than these. And he brought me to the door of the court. And when I looked, behold, a hole in the wall. So this is a secret place. You know, kind of like your Jehovah Witness church. With no windows. Wait a minute. Let me say it again. Kind of like your Jehovah Witness church. With no windows. Christ said, in secret I have said nothing. I ever so went to the synagogue where the what? Jews resort. He didn't say he went to Caesar cookout and to Pilate book signing. He didn't say he uttered one word to Herod. Why didn't he tell Herod to repent? Why didn't he tell Herod about the gospel? Why didn't he tell Pilate about the gospel? Pilate said, what is the truth? He asked Christ right there. What is the truth? Why didn't he tell him? You must needs be born again. It was for him and his people. Surely he could have turned around many of the Romans because he had rulership. He was the governor of Rome at the time. Which is why they had to take the Israelite leadership, the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Okay, when you look at the destruction of the Israelites, you can't look too far before you see another Israelite that made a deal with Edom to take control and to take rulership. And to take the very life from the people. Pay attention. Okay. Pay attention. He said, furthermore unto me, son of man, seest thou what they do? Even the great abominations that the house of Israel committeth here, that I should go far from off from my sanctuary. But turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations. And he brought me to the door of the court, and when I looked, behold, a hole in the wall. You secret society, you Freemasons, and you Greek fraternity members, and you pastors and Christians, and you all your upper echelon, you different than regular black people. Because you have made a covenant with the heathen that are round about you. You see, and this gets you special privileges. See, if you look back in the 20s and in the teens, and 1910s and 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s, you'll notice that many black men were Greek fraternity members. They were Freemasons, and they were pastors. Why? Because it brought a certain safety to their families. They were fearful of castrations and aliens. I'm just gonna say it like that. Okay. Those hanging from a tree. Okay. Now, why would someone need that is going to be hung from a tree or burned or shot with 1,000 bullets? Why would they need to castrate them first? What is it about that seed? What is it about that? Why would they need to castrate them? Because you have to understand that the name of Israel is designed to destroy the name, the lineage.
What do you think an abortion clinic is for?
It's the exact same thing.
It's to destroy the lineage. What do you think this food is poison for? What do you think the Christian church is created for? To disrupt, to spoil the lineage. To change the teachings of the elders in homes. You have to understand that. Pay attention. Okay. Ninth verse. And he said unto me, go in. And behold the wicked abominations that they do here. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping thing, an abominable beast, and all the idols of the house of Israel, the northern kingdom, portrayed upon the wall round about. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel. And in the midst of them stood Jezaniah, the son of Shaphan, with every man his censer in his hand. Now, wait a minute. Does everybody know what a censer is?
That's the thing the Catholic people be swinging around.
Right, yeah. It's amazing how it just keep going back to these folk, man. It right there. That's a censer.
Choking people out in the altar.
No, they have incense in that stuff to burn. They have incense.
Yeah, choking folk out. Smoke inhalation.
Right, that's what it is.
Okay, does everybody see that? Does everybody see this? Okay.
Yes, sir.
When you really understand when you decide to humble yourself to the spirit of the truth, when you come away from lies and falsehood, right? And you come out of darkness into this wonderful light. These are plain things to see. The scriptures are then unlocked to you. Okay. Pay attention to what you're burning in your house and how you burning it now. These folks send you up. All right. Okay. So let's continue. Okay. I'll read 11 again. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel. And in the midst of them stood Jezaniah, the son of Shaphan, with every man his censer in his hand. And a thick cloud of incense went up. Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark, every man in the chambers of his imagery? An image, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I was telling you the story about my brother talking to one of the people that we grew up with. And we were talking about Christ being black. And the brother said, well, I don't care what color Christ is. Only thing I'm concerned with is his message. So my brother asked him plainly. But brother, close your eyes and say Jesus. Now tell me, do you see the image or the message? Okay. I'll let you marinate. I ain't had nothing to do with that. I ain't over there with you. Wow. Okay.
Case closed.
I witnessed it myself. Okay. For they say the Lord seeth us not. The Lord hath forsaken the earth. He said also unto me, Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations that they do. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which was towards the north. And behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Okay, your Christmas, December 25th. This is who was born on December 25th. Is this idol god. Okay. Which was also a Roman god, a Roman deity. Okay. That was brought in from the Greeks. Okay. But his birthday is in the dead of winter. That's why you think that your New Year is when it's cold. Okay. Because you don't have a brain. Right. It's been completely you have been abducted. Right when you stand. You have been abducted. Okay. 15th verse. Then said he unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than these. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 5 and 20 men, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their faces towards the east, and they worship the sun towards the east. Now, I don't know about you, but the Islamic faith, the requirement is to pray. Go ahead, brother.
What I know in Ezekiel, can you highlight the chapter and the verse?
Yes. Ezekiel 8, chapter 16. Verse 16. Does everybody see that?
Thank you, sir.
Does everybody see that? This simple now. This simple and basic. Everybody see that? That it was 25 men with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their faces towards the east, and they worship the sun toward the east. So that five times a day that you're worshiping on that carpet pointing towards the east. The Lord says, not me, brother. I love y'all. You know what I'm saying? I love you. Anyway. Okay. The Lord says you're worshiping the sun towards the east. Why? Because the Roman Catholic Church created Christianity. Let me show you. Okay. Haven't you ever wondered why the Quran has the same prophets as the owned Muslim imams recite more from the Bible than they do the Quran? And Quran means to recite. And not to mention how the Quran itself tells you in the second surah 122. Let's see what it says. Shall we? Okay. Doug, you can't read that. I can't read it. It may seem like it's a setup, bro. Can you read that?
Yeah, hold on, I got you. Children of Israel, recall my favor which I bestowed upon you, and I exalt you above the nations of the world.
Wait a minute. Is this the Quran?
Come on, man. Hold on, man. I'll be right back.
Okay, bro. I just want. Listen, man. Listen. I just wanna. I mean, you gotta understand something. It's certain things that you can't make up, man. That's why it's so important to be grounded in the spirit of the truth. I need you to understand that this is in the Quran you have. This is the Quran you have. Look and read. He sat with the Israelites. Do you understand that? He sat with the Israelites. That's why the prophets are the same. But even in your own book, and please understand that, there are schools that Muslims go to. And please, I mean, hey, listen. After you hear the truth, you are making a decision of if you want to believe the truth or if you want to stay with a lie. It's completely up to you. It's completely up to you. Okay? It doesn't have anything to do with me. All right. So now let's keep going. Okay. So now we see
the Pope. You remember that. Okay. So this is designed to prove to you that if you will take up study, if you will humble yourself to study, you can eliminate all deception that is around you. Okay, so I want to, let me see. Okay. Let's see if the Israelites were warned not to worship these religions, or if the Roman Catholic Church just came up with these religions and the way to worship these religions out of the clear blue sky. Okay. So Okay. And so this is Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 28. I'm going to start at verse 26. Talk about the Israelites before they went into the promised land of Israel. Okay. This is the word of the Lord that came unto Moses. The Lord gave Moses the word to tell the Israelites what would befall them if they rejected God's laws, statutes, and commandments. And I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereunto ye go over Jordan to possess it. Talking about the promised land of Israel. Each tribe was given a plot of land. Okay. For that tribe. It is a land that is flowing with milk and honey. They were warned not to forget the Lord thy God by not keeping his commandments. The Roman Catholic Church knows that if Israel does not keep the commandments, the God of the Bible will not fight for them. Okay, so that's why the pillar of Christianity is that the laws are done away with. Pay attention. And I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land whether thou goest to go over Jordan to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed. That's why you have a nation in the land today. You don't have any idea because why? You don't have the Holy Spirit. Why don't you have the Holy Spirit? Because you reject the spirit of the truth, and you love the lie. And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and you shall be left few in number among the heathen, whether the Lord shall lead thee. And there ye shall serve gods, the works of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. Sorry, Muslims and Christians. Your gods are idols. Does everybody hear that? I hope that the cheap seats can hear it. I hope the cheap. Listen. If you were a 3-year-old running to the street, running into traffic, would you be upset that someone yelled at you? Would you be upset that someone screamed at the top of their lungs for you to stop? You are in the crosshairs of the Most High. Remember, the scripture says that the only sin of which you cannot be forgiven is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. Does everyone understand what blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is? It is rejection of the Spirit of the truth. Blasphemy is to reject the Spirit of the truth. It is to lie on the Spirit of the truth. It is to take the lie and worship the lie above the Spirit of the truth.
But the scripture says something very interesting. It said
that you shall worship wood and stone.
Now, in order for any Muslim to be a true Muslim, what does he have to do? Any Muslims on the line? What does the Muslim have to do? What is Hajj? Look what I'm saying now. Listen what I'm saying now. Listen what's going on now. We Google searching. So don't get offended by your brother, man. Your brother love you, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Your brother love you. I understand where this deception came from. I'm about to show you.
No, it didn't come from
Satan.
No, it didn't. Okay. I'm about to show you.
Ain't nothing we can do about it.
Okay. This is known as Hajj. Okay. In order for a Muslim to be a certified Muslim, he must take part in a Hajj. Let's read the definition. It says literal meaning. The set out for a place. Islamically, it refers to the annual pilgrimage Muslims are required to perform once in a lifetime. The pilgrimage is made to Mecca in Saudi Arabia. It is considered as the most sacred site for Muslims. To perform Hajj is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. One of the 5 pillars of Islam.
Okay.
Is everyone paying attention? Okay. We're gonna go slow. Okay. We're gonna go slow. Okay.
What is the
requirement for a Muslim? One of the 5 pillars is Hajj. What is Hajj? And what is in this black cube? Does everybody see that black cube?
Yes, sir.
Let's see if you see it. Let's see if you can see this black cube now.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not trying to be no class clown. This is funny, bro.
Hey. I mean, and it just goes to show, man. It just goes to show. So that black cube. Why is it on the heads of people that say they Jewish?
Is that in the
scriptures?
Same
black cube. Came put him in Ice Cube. Black cube.
Come on,
man. Come on. Do you
see
how these people make a fool out of you, man?
Do y'all
see this?
I thought
they was enemies.
Oh man, say wood and stuff.
I thought they was enemies.
Okay, let
me ask you this. Okay, and this Google. Same Google. Let's ask what's inside the black cube.
The literal meaning of the Arabic word Kaaba is cube and a cubical stone structure made of granite. It is covered with a black silk cloth known as the kishwa and decorated with
talking very fasty. But did you hear what he said? He said
the literal meaning of the Arabic word Kaaba is cube and a cubical stone structure.
A cubical what? Stone structure.
Right.
So the answer Kaaba means stone.
Does everybody understand that? Wait a minute. Didn't we just read the verse?
What does it say?
It
said,
and there, meaning okay, let's understand. And the Lord shall scatter you, meaning the Israelites, among the nations.
He's going to scatter you to the four corners of the earth. Remember that.
Right?
If you disobey his laws, statutes, and commandments.
He will
scatter you amongst the heathen nations.
Whether the Lord shall lead you. And there, listen, ye shall serve gods, the works of men's hands, wood and stone. Wait a minute. The two top religions of the earth. Are they in these two symbols? Can these two symbols point to the top two religions of the earth? What are the top two religions of the earth? Does anybody know?
I thought you said Episcopal and something else.
No. That was the top. That was the presidents.
Oh yeah.
What are the two top religions of the earth?
Baptist, AME.
What is a Baptist? What religion is a Baptist? Baptist is nothing but a denomination. It's a denomination of what?
But that's the religion.
Okay. What is it? What? Christianity. Does everybody know that?
You said the two
top religions of the earth are what?
Islam and Christianity.
Islam and Christianity. So now I'm looking at wood and stone. Can these be symbols of Islam and Christianity?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the wood? How does the wood symbolize Christianity?
The cross.
And how does the stone symbolize Islam?
The Kaaba.
Thank you.
This ain't complicated.
Am I throwing
anybody out?
Oh.
Awesome share.
I did want to get that Deuteronomy scripture again.
Okay. Deuteronomy chapter 4.
and verse 28.
But you know what?
The one thing
about the Lord,
he gonna keep
saying it. Okay.
Let's see.
28, Deuteronomy 28 and 36. And please, let's go to the whole chapter.
Because I want
to show y'all framework, right? This is land and slab, right? We can all go back to the slab. Any house, any building, any surface starts with a foundation.
So they can't
build these lies up unless it came from somewhere.
Okay, I want
everybody to see, understand something. Deuteronomy 28 and verse 1 reads, and it shall come to pass. This is the Lord speaking to Moses, and telling Moses what to tell the children of Israel when they're in the wilderness before they cross over the Jordan to go into the promised land that was promised to their forefathers. Does everybody understand that? Does everybody understand it don't have nothing to do with what I said? I'm just a regular dude. I am nothing. I am pointing to verses in the Bible that you should have seen by now.
So this
shouldn't make you feel proud or feel like you know something or none of that. This should make you feel like a bumbling idiot.
That's what this
word is designed to do, to humble you down.
It said a
man don't find his life until he's willing to lay his life down. What does that mean? His experience, his stature, his authority, all of his power. Understand that the beast gives power too and authority. Ask Diddy. Ask Diddy where he get his from. And ask him if he had the chance to not get it. Is it worth it? If he had a chance to turn away from it now, would he want to turn away? Many will say no. Many will say no because they still think that they got a way out of it. But guess what? Boy, the longer you sit in that fish grease, the hotter it get. It's to your benefit to jump out immediately. But go on and get in there. Sit back. You'll be cooked in no time. 28 verse. And it shall come to pass if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee. If thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. If thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. What is the voice of the Lord thy God? It is his word. It is his laws, statutes, and commandments. His word is Christ. Listen. You cannot open the Bible. Go to the New Testament and take Christ out the New Testament. And eliminate the Old. Why would you ever want to do that? Why would you ever want to separate Christ from the Father? Why would you want to do that? You didn't learn it from Christ. Let me show you who you learned it from. Let's take a look at our Let's take a look at First Maccabees, chapter 1. And I like to go to my old university of Michigan. And then, to keep in mind, I mean, you wouldn't even think that University of Michigan maintains this site.
Of the Apocrypha. Because why?
Because why? The Apocrypha was in the original. Well, you know what? I like receipts so much better
than
mouth.
You
just come against me. I'm nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I stand on their word, man. Because I know. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get the popping, man. I just point to the Lord. You know what I'm talking about? Direct it that way. Take it and put it that way, man. Let's just look at this. Let's just look at the fact that let's look at. Okay, this is the University of Michigan that maintains this site. The original 1611 King James Bible. The table of contents. Okay. The original King James Bible table of contents. Has, let me see, I'm gonna go on down. Let me see, I'll go down here and go down. Let's see if we can get it just a little bit closer. The table of contents will show 72 books, of which, mind you, the Christian church rejects 14 of those books because of the Protestants and Martin Luther, of which Michael King and Michael King Jr. got their names from. I want to say that again. Martin Luther King died as Michael King Jr. His name was never changed. I want everybody to understand that. He was named after Martin Luther as the Protestant Reformationists to tie him more into the religion of white Jesus, the doctrine of the image of the beast. The only way to make an image speak is through the doctrine. Not only did the image of the beast speak, he also caused that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. That's what the movie Birth of a Nation by the brother who gave the account of Nat Turner, that's what he was trying to show you. That the Israelites were not allowed to read the Bible. They were not allowed to read at all. They were not allowed to learn to read. The only ones that could learn to read were the buck-broken house slave men who agreed to make a covenant with the image of the beast, who agreed to worship the image of the beast, and who agreed to not only teach the image of the beast, but also the doctrine of the image of the beast to the slaves that could not read at that time. And now they teach the same image and the same doctrine to the same Christians that do not read the Bible. Why? Because of blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. Rejection of the spirit of the truth. And if you'll notice, I want everybody to see this. You have the Old Testament, okay? Okay, you have the Old Testament, you have the Torah, the first 5 books, the kings of Israel. Well, you get Joshua, then Judges, the time of the Judges, then the time of Ruth, the Israelite that lived in Moab and had an Israelite, southern kingdom, Israelite husband. I mean, okay. All right. 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, 1 Kings, 2 Kings, Chronicles. Okay. That's the Tanakh. Okay. Then the prophets. Okay. All throughout the prophets, as well as down to Malachi. And then an insert here. It says the books called Apocrypha. The Apocrypha are known as the hidden books. Why did they take it out? So let's look at it. All right. This is one of the books that is now banned in Jamaica to this day. Okay. So let's pay attention. Let's see, why would they ban it? Okay. This is 1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 11. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many. What do you pastors do? You eat swine and you persuade many to eat swine like you. You were allowed to learn how to read so that you would teach white Jesus and the doctrine of Christianity to the Israelites that could not read. They couldn't even sit in the same church as those with leprosy. Okay? And please keep in mind, we have to understand that both Malcolm and Martin said one key thing that still resounds today. It says that Sunday is the most segregated day of the week. If Christianity is for all nations and it believes, if the doctrine is the spirit of the truth, that all nations are one nation, then you would never have this image. You know, and most people say, oh, well, not my Jesus. Oh, well, not my Jesus. Okay, these Christians too. Anybody know who that is? That Jesus saved, huh? What is that? What is that? What is that? How did that?
Why would the Klansmen have those crosses and burn them like that if they were Christians?
I mean, they are Christians. I mean, what you mean? You mean burning it? You mean burning it?
Yes,
Okay,
that's exactly what I mean.
Okay, well.
If they are Christians, why would they burn that cross? Is that not their symbol, though?
I mean, it's still their symbol, even though it's burning. It ain't doing nothing. I mean, what's wrong with burning it? What's any different? It's on their shirt. They ain't burning the one on their shirt.
I guess it is wood, and they can burn it because it's wood.
Well, that's like saying they're Christians. Why would they hang black people?
right. But look now, look. Wait a minute now. You see this? You see they cross turn? It's an X, right? It's turned. Okay. Well, let me. You seen that somewhere before too, right? Oh man, it's too easy.
I thought Christians supposed to be so loving and kind.
They say they love everybody now.
Everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. They love everybody though.
Not you.
You know. And one thing you will notice when you go to the lynching memorial that's in Montgomery, All of the names you'll see military men. You'll see a lot. Well, really, you'll see a lot of like the prophets' name, Israelites' names, and all of that. You know what you won't see? You won't see no African names. You also don't see very many pastors. I wonder why. Wait a minute. Look at that X.
Yeah. Well, I actually.
Wait a minute. Ain't that the same? Is that? I mean, if it's different, y'all let me know now. But wait a minute. Don't they have an X on too?
Oh yeah.
Okay, this doing what? 1922 Easter in Fort Worth was about Jesus and the KKK. Does anybody remember what color that beast was in Revelations?
Red.
That gave power and the authority to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image unto the beast. What color is it on that beast? He was red. Right, yeah.
Red.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
It's on.
Yeah. Maybe they just came up with this out of the blue, right? Wait a minute. They got but they got that same image from the Catholic Church. And wait a minute now. Hold on. Where these outfits come from?
Catholic Church.
Are they considered? Are they in the dark? Are they do they do their why did they cloak their identity?
Mm-hmm.
Why did they dress themselves in white? You understand what I'm saying? Why? Because you know they cover their identity so that they can keep their day jobs. You notice the OJ gloves they got on? Maybe y'all don't see them. And maybe you know the only reason why they wear gloves is because you got to understand that some black people was in the Klan. You know that?
Mm-hmm. There was 5 on them.
You didn't know black people was in the Klan.
Oh yeah.
They had to be the stupidest people.
Is that why Charles Barkley made that statement?
Well, what I'm saying is that but you still got them working for the same people right today.
But is that why Barkley made that statement?
Oh, I know what statement you're talking about.
Maybe, Auntie. Did y'all know that this is what the Kaaba is in? Does that look like anything? You're supposed to come and kiss this stone. Could you imagine the spit and the breath that's on this stone?
Oh yeah.
Could you? Okay, but look what it looked like though, y'all. I want y'all to see. What does that look like?
That shape.
What does that look like? Remember, I told you that it was phallic worshipers. You gotta understand. You know what phallic worshipers are, right?
Y'all know what that look like. Y'all know what that look like.
Okay, don't say it. Don't say it, please. Don't say it.
Y'all know what that look like.
Don't say it, but don't y'all know what that look like?
Yeah.
If y'all don't know what that look like, it's been a minute. Okay, but you notice how you have to come and kiss it.
So that's who started it.
Yeah. Oh no.
I'm just saying that it's a chrome. But what I'm saying is that
kissing on it and licking on it and all that.
Right.
Everybody don't kiss the same. Some people like to really get into it.
Hey, don't do it. Don't go, man.
Getting back to them Ku Klux Klan, they only kill who they fear.
You understand?
That's why they hide behind the hoods and cloaks.
Absolutely. And why would they kill the ones that's helping them? Wait a minute. So let me ask you a question. Is the Klan more against black people than the Crips and the Bloods? Or what about just the concept of the real ninja? And I'm saying these words because I don't want to get my YouTube taken down. But I want y'all to think about that for a second. Where does the real ninja spirit, you know how we grew up and, you know, everything is focused on being a real ninja, right? Where does that profit black people at any time? Does it profit in the grocery store? No. Does it profit at the bank? What about school? What about at your job? Because you can't be no real ninja nowhere but in the hood and hurting black people.
Right.
I'm just saying, when we look at that image, and we gotta understand, when we grow up deceived, when you grow up in the Christian church, you grow up trying to live to the standards of street guys. If you came up in any of these hoods, you picked street guys that were older than you, that you wanted to mimic what you did and how you did after them. Is that right or wrong? And most of the street guys that you mimic yourself after, they probably dead. They don't have families and houses and these types of things. I'm just saying, if they didn't change, number one, you understand what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that where does that image profit? And who created that image for us? The same people that was behind them cloaks. You see, you got to understand something, man. Is that the people that's making policy, they don't wear they hoods. They wear shirt and ties. They're a whole lot more effective in shirt and ties. And they're a whole lot more effective when they can put you up to do it. Because you got to understand something. Wait a minute. You got to understand something. Let's make sure. Let's make sure we understand.
God.
Okay. All right. Okay. This is a new rapper that has been brought out. Cardi B, Nicki Minaj are all okay, yeah, here he is. Okay.
I grew up believing as a kid that Ice Cube was a gangster. Till I grew up and realized Ice Cube produced movies. He was an educated, articulate guy that wrote raps pretty much for the whole group. Eazy-E was a drug dealer who couldn't rap. They turned him into a rapper, but he ended up becoming one of the biggest rappers. I didn't know Tupac was a poetic kid. Went to a performing arts school, Magnum School. Mother disciplined him, just got off on drugs. He never sold drugs. I didn't know he wasn't gangster until I grew up and looked at his life after death. So it wasn't until I got grown, D, that I realized that rappers aren't really gangster.
Salute to Charleston White for that statement, and I totally agree with him. Now, here's the deal. I don't care about anybody's political or tribal affiliations. I'm not on anybody's plantation. I'm a free-thinking man. I'm a registered independent voter. I could care less about what plantation you live on, religious, morally, or politically. That's none of my business. But let's talk about truth versus lies. Okay? Truth versus lies. And the truth doesn't care about your feelings. So whether you like Charleston White or Candace Owens or any of these people, or whatever affiliation you are, there are certain things that are true in life, and there are certain things that are lies in life. And what's true is that we understand and we see that there's great profitability in selling ratchetness, in all of our souls being destroyed, or destroying the souls of young people, and using the Black community as some type of toxic, exploitation source, where the people behind the scenes never really gets talked about as much as the artist. Don't get me wrong, everybody has free choice. Free choice to listen to this stuff, not listen to this stuff. That's your own internal battles, something that you have to deal with. But my point is this. The people that are smiling in your face are not necessarily always your friends. The money. Money is their God. They worship money. They'll do anything for money. They'll sell their mother for money. Some of them, I would say. But they don't promote any of these things in the community they live on. Many times, many of them didn't grow up around this stuff. And they don't raise their kids or allow their kids to even listen to this nonsense. So I was happy when Candace Owens finally called out the individuals behind Sexy Red. Now, that doesn't, remove her from accountability and responsibility for her actions and behaviors. We live in America, the land of opportunity. People have options here. It is a personal choice for many people. And many people have been getting away with this for so many years, especially we see it now with the race hustlers. We see it now with, that's why everybody respects Cat Williams, because Cat Williams brought light to what's going on behind the scenes with many famous people, and people who tell the truth are usually demonized. And he really opened the portal to what's going on and exposed many of the people that people all love and support. And really it gets in, and we realize that there are people that try to do things or conduct certain experiments in the Black community, especially, that are detrimental to long-term success. We see what happened with the Great Society, and everybody wants to talk about racism and everything else. Like, racism exists. Racism is real. But there are certain social things or certain things that were done to families that were just destructive, because history didn't start after 1960. There was in American history, but this existed during some of the worst times of racism in America. But they don't like to talk about that. And the worst people are the people that pretend to be your friend, but they use your community to conduct their social experiments in your community, and it just turns to crap. So I'm glad that Candace brought this forward to really expose some of the people behind it, show that it's all about the money. So I'm going to say fair use. If YouTube gets me with a copyright, so be it. At the end of the day, this is more important than just YouTube clicks and likes. We have to have this conversation to bring to the forefront, because there's many people pretending to care about you or your family or whatever else, but at the end of the day, outcome matters. And we see the effects of government handouts and what it has done to the family. So without further ado, let's talk about the individuals that profit from this nonsense, selling poison to Black people, including many liberals while women got in bed with their liberal feminism. And you see what that has done to the community. You look at that. Not good. So stop being allergic to truth and accept the message, whether you like the person or not. The question becomes, is the message they're sending and what do those people share the same values? Forget about these vessels we're driving. Talk about values. Do we share the same values? Because if we don't share the same values, we're not a part of the same tribe. So let's continue on. Fair use.
Sexy Red. Have you heard of this artist? Probably not if you're listening to this podcast. I certainly had not heard of this artist until a couple of weeks ago, and I wear that like a badge of honor. Well, let me tell you about her and tell you why she is relevant. Sexy Red has 3.2 million followers on Instagram. She's got 1.2 million followers on
Incredible reach. I just had to stop real quickly, but fair use. Let's continue on.
Twitter, and on TikTok, she enjoys 1.8 million followers. So what are they following? Well, a lot, apparently. By the way, she went to a high school in St. Louis, Missouri a few weeks back, and they rejoiced. They were already listening to hip hop music. Suddenly, Sexy Red walked into the gym, and they went absolutely crazy. The students were like, oh my goodness, Elvis is back from the dead. Eventually, the school officials wanted her to leave because it caused such a ruckus. So yeah, she's kind of a big deal. But she became a bigger deal last week when I declined to cover her because I was so physically sickened by what I was looking at. When she
Once again, fair use. Hey, we're all physically sickened, Candace. We can't watch it. I can't stomach her, Sukihana, or any of those women, especially the ones that Umar called queens. Disturbing.
She hosted a baby shower for her second child, and she was with her baby daddy. Very proud to be with her baby daddy at this baby shower. And this isn't your traditional kind of baby shower. This one got a little spicy, a little fun. Take a look at this video.
Pure ratchetness. Disturbing. I mean, it's really disturbing. And I think black women have to attack this because this deals with your image being promoted globally. The men can't say nothing because we got too many Simpson panderers in here that are trying to take us out. This is something you guys got to check. It's your image. You see how hard I fight for the black male image on this channel. You got to fight for your own image. I can't do it. They're going to come for me. They already have, but who cares?
Not what I would have worn to my baby shower, not how I would have danced at my baby shower, certainly not. But it wasn't this that captured all the headlines. It was actually another video, which I am not going to show you because it, physically nauseates me. But I will show you a still of the video.
And thank you very much, Candace, for not showing us that trash. But let's continue.
And here it is. As in case you can't make out what that is, that's Sexy Red bent over and a man that is in between her butt cheeks. There's just no other way to say that. That man is her baby daddy. He is wearing a mask. It's just filth. There's no other way to say it. It's pornography, I guess is another word that you can use. And as I have always said, what we are seeing right now is a decline in culture, full stop. But particularly in Black America, there's things that you would never imagine. So the question is, how does somebody this grotesque, somebody this filthy, get a platform, right? Certainly it can't be happening organically. I don't think that the majority of people, I'd like to think at least, that the majority of people would be like, wow, look at this woman who at her baby shower is bent over half naked with a man's face between her butt cheeks. Let me follow her. No, there's something, again, artificial is happening in the background. Well,
And we got to also get some of the simps, OnlyFans, or listen to her music, or watching this ratchetness. Anyhow, let's continue on.
Really got a lot of fame when she released a song called Pound Town. Don't worry, I'm going to spare you the lyrics, but use your own imagination. And here is just 7 seconds of that music video that she released to go along with it.
When the come looking for the hoes, quit playing, cause I go Pound Town, just left Pound Town.
What culture is that? whose culture is that? Please spare me this. It's Black culture. I'm so glad we're covering this, by the way. This is what we should be doing in Black History Month. We should actually be covering Black present because it matters more. And let me tell you, what you just saw is not Black culture. That is the corrosion of what once was Black culture. But I was interested, because obviously yesterday we showed you that Ice Cube was talking to Bill Maher, and he was saying that this was very intentional, that there were people that were intentionally feeding this sort of music to the Black community because it also feeds the prison system. And you can imagine that some of those extras in that music video.
Now, I mean, it feeds the prison system, but they do it for money. But I totally agree. People
and maybe even Sexy Red herself might spend some time in prison in the future. It wouldn't be hard to imagine that. And so I looked into who platformed this young woman, actually, who is the record company or the media conglomerate that's behind her.
So now, this fair use again, I just have to stop. Sorry, but I hate interrupting videos like this. But now we're going to get into the people behind the scenes that are platforming and profiting. Sexy Red's profiting too, and she has a choice. But this is where it gets interesting. Because these people have no real investment in terms of in the Black community or the people that they're affecting with all this harm, because they have their own little family in their gated communities, just like some of the rappers. They don't care if your kids go out there and delete themselves or get infected with syphilis or get teenage pregnancy or whatever. They don't care about the degenerate nature of what happens or the consequences of this. They just care about money. That's what people got to understand. Money don't have no race, no creed, no color. That's all they care about. I mean, all of them. Even when they make the color purple nonsense. Oprah cares about money. Black folks or white folks or whatever else, money is their god. Let's keep it going.
And it turns out that first it was an independent record that picked her up in 2021, but then in 2023, and the reason why she's starting to gain so much popularity, a media company called Gamma began distributing her music. And Gamma has a lot of power. I'll tell you why Gamma has a lot of power. Because the two individuals that started Gamma, one of them came out of Apple. His name is Larry Jackson. And the second one of them came from Interscope Records. He has a ton of clout in the record community, the music community industry, so to speak. And his name is Ike Youssef. Okay, let's keep going down this. Let's keep following this. Ike Youssef, people might want to stand out and say, okay, who is this guy? Now, when I hear the name Youssef, it instantly signals.
Now, this guy right here, he don't give a rat's ass about the Black community. he's just making his money. Hey, look, it's the Black community's responsibility to look out for itself. You can't expect some stranger or somebody that doesn't live in the community to care about your community more than you.
To me that this person is either Muslim or Jewish, Arab perhaps, the Youssefs that I know in my life. And that's curious because I remain convinced that a Muslim exec and a Jewish exec would never put a Muslim and a Jewish artist that was putting this sort of music on the airwaves onto their platforms. And by the way, that's not their fault. A lot of times you want to blame, what does that mean? No. Okay. Why would you want to get to the top and then harm your own community? It's ridiculous that you don't blame them for that. But the second person, Larry Jackson, who I mentioned before, is Black. And he is the person that I am more interested in. Here is a headline regarding Larry Jackson. He's celebrated, obviously. He's a Black entrepreneur. And the Billboard headline reads, with Gamma, Larry Jackson is putting $1 billion to work for Black culture. There's another headline. This one is in Afro Tech News. It reads, Larry Jackson is on a mission to put $1 billion to work in favor of Black culture with his startup Gamma. In favor of Black culture. He's the face, by the way. More about him. He's the one who recently married Stephanie Shepard, Kim Kardashian's former assistant. So he's very much in the
don't give a damn about Black culture by serving us ratchetness. That's disturbing.
Mix. He's very good friends with Oprah Winfrey, and the Black community loves him, by the way. So many photos of him with artists, Black artists. Snoop Dogg loves him. He is celebrated by the Black community. Not like me, oh my gosh, God forbid Candace Owens calling this stuff out. This guy who is making an executive decision to distribute this music to the Black community is a hero. And so I got even more interested in him.
Which is the fact that the people many times that pander to you are not your friends. You think that people who don't tell you the truth, the people that just pandering to you all the time, care about you. Well, we just infested with so many race hustlers, so many deviant people that we can't figure it out. And we saw what happened to us, our community, by getting in bed with certain people that we thought were, or that they thought had their best interest at heart. And we see what happened. It's just destructive. But that's why I make so many videos about these race hustlers and these panders, or even many of these white liberal people that make excuses for Black people and refuse to hold individuals accountable for their own actions as individuals. So not as a collective of people. Individuals, we're individuals, we have our own mindset and mentality, and people make decisions, and they should be held accountable for those decisions that they make. Let's continue on.
To hear him talk, man, maybe this is the kind of music that he grew up with and he loves it. Not the vibe I got. Here is him speaking to Ariana Huffington in an interview. Take a listen.
Have you ever had any mentors who helped you along this life journey, the things that we're discussing here?
Yeah, my mom and dad, first and foremost, they were the first, for sure, and still. My mom and dad immediately come to mind.
Because they helped you put things in perspective.
In the African-American household, to have two parents who've been married for 45 years is a very unusual thing, and something that I really, find to be unique and special, and the spine and the backbone of my life. So their wisdom, and also like the freedom and the latitude that they gave me at such an early age. I don't even know why they even did really at all, but they did. Just to be me was the initial mentorship that I needed to really kind of get to the first few points that were pretty vital and important.
So what did we learn in that clip?
I'll tell you what we learned. We have an educated, square, Black guy selling ratchetness and destruction to the Black community, him and his buddy, whatever his buddy Yusef is of his background or whatever. They're selling ratchetness to Black people. They have no background. These people grew up in nice, stable families, but they have no problem poisoning your family and your community and your kids. But there'll be a cold day in hell before they let their kids listen to it. Cardi B was like that too. She sell that WAP stuff to you or the women, but she about to smack a little girl on the butt for listening to that stuff, saying it's poisonous. She don't want her daughter to listen to it, but she'll have your daughter listen to it and have you out here in the streets getting torn up and ran through and impregnating and losing your virtues at a young age. This is the crazy stuff that's going on in this society today. Let's continue on.
Well, we learned that more digging. He went to Catholic school. He ran cross country. He worked hard from the time that he was young. He was winning awards because he had an interest as he was working in radio, got his foot through the door, did everything right in life so that when he got to the top, he could feed the community filth, absolute filth. And so I reserve a special kind of hatred for these sorts of individuals because they are somehow celebrated by the Black community. Me, no. Candace Owens is a coon. She's a traitor to her own race because she talks about ethics and standards and morals and the disintegration of race. But this guy, Larry Jackson, who is on his path to becoming a billionaire and who is intentionally picking up music like Sexy Red, music that, let me be very clear to you guys, he does not listen to, okay? He obviously, when he gets up in the morning in his mansion, is not putting filth in his ear. Because why would he? Larry Jackson is aspirational. He wants his children with Stephanie Shepard, if they have in the future, to be aspirational as well. He will not allow a minute of Sexy Red's music to be played in front of his children.
True.
But he's playing a game, right? Obviously, he knows how to get rich, and either he is a useful idiot who doesn't recognize what he's doing, I don't think that's the truth, or he's evil. I don't know, you guys pick. I just think it's stunning, and we need to start recognizing what is happening when we observe American culture by and large, because it's happening all over the place. That's why we've covered Ariana Grande, different artists as well that are producing filth and getting women to debase themselves. But this one, during Black History Month, I have to say, it draws a lot of ire from me. I apparently make everybody mad, though. What do I know? That's all I'm going to say about that. Okay, now it's...
All right, good commentary, but let's get to the point of this, okay? And at the end of the day, nobody really cares about the outcome.
Okay, so I just wanted y'all to get that right quick, and then I want to go back to the foundation of why we went into those particular things. We want to show you this is the fruit of Christianity. Okay, the Christianity and Roman Catholic, the dude who was from Gamma, his name is Larry Jackson, came up in a Roman Catholic school. He went to a Catholic school. His parents are obviously Catholics. They've been together for 40-something years. This is what the Catholic Church produces. Black men like this. A simp and a lame from day one, his entire career. Okay, a bozo, his entire career. And gets to the top. And now I know you don't think that he is in the leadership position in this thing, do you? I mean, if that's the case, then you think that Puffy is in the leadership position with Ciroc. Or you think that Baby Williams, is in the leadership of Cash Money. Or Lil Wayne is in the leadership role of Young Money. Maybe you thought that Michael Jackson was in the leadership role and that Michael Jackson actually literally got $1 per album. See, this is what Christianity creates. See what I'm saying? This is the hole that you go down when you worship the image of the beast. Okay? All right. So look, I want to, let me see, I'm going to go back to, I'm going to go back to where they got these tactics from. Where did they get the religion of Christianity from? The religion of Christianity came out of the Greek captivity. Like I told you all earlier, that the Book of the Maccabees chronicles the Greek captivity of the Southern Kingdom Israelites. Okay? And the days that is spoken of, let me read the 10th verse, and it says, and there came out of them a wicked group, Antiochus, surname Epiphany, son of Antiochus the king, who had been a hostage at Rome and reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. Now, I gotta go up. This is after Alexander the Great's death, 7th verse. So Alexander reigned 12 years and then he died. And his servants bare rule everyone in his place. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years, and evils multiplied in the earth. There came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes. If you recall, the Israelites were first called Christians in Antioch. Antioch is a Roman province that was named after Antiochus. It should be simple to collect certain dots. The disciples were first called Christians in Antioch. Well, what were they called before that? They were called Israelites. Who gave them the name Israelites? God. So why would they change their name to Christians? And why would you mimic something that a non-believing heathen man called an Israelite? And tell a lie for 30 years that Christian means follower of Christ. Please show me that with the scripture and a verse. And if you can't,
then that means you reject the Holy Spirit, the only sin of which you cannot be forgiven. Quit playing. 10th verse, I'm going to read it again. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surname Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been a hostage at Rome. And he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. And in those days went there out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. Let us become Christians. Let us make a covenant with the heathen. Wait a minute. So we need to worship our masters that have us in captivity. That's keeping us from being able to read, because one of our own, who they've allowed to read and who they've allowed to live in the house. So you got to understand what a house slave and what a field slave is. This Larry Jackson dude is what's known as a broken house slave. He lives in a mansion because master is going to make sure he has a mansion. Do you understand that? Okay. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surname Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been a hostage at Rome. 11th verse. In those days went there out of Israel, meaning out of Jerusalem, out of the southern kingdom, wicked men who persuaded many. That's what pastors do. They persuade many, saying, Let us go and be Christians. Let us go and join unto the heathen. Even though we go to all black churches, and even though we've collected $900 billion in 10 years, please understand that Larry Jackson can't come close to the Black Christian Church. Let's see. Let's look at. You got to understand these receipts are on the web. Okay, so 900 billion. Black Christian Church has collected 900 billion in 10 years. Okay. I mean, you don't. And please, let me get back to what I said earlier. I don't want nobody to miss this. I don't care what you like, or what you think, or how you feel. You know why? Because the truth don't care. Okay. I want everybody to know that. And everybody to understand that. Everybody understand that. Black churches have collected $800 billion in 10 years. Black church. This is just a 10-year period. We don't want to talk about the last 100 years in the black church. How many you've collected? The black church is the fastest way for black dollars to get back to white hands. And do you understand, I said earlier, that, quote, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, Sunday is the most segregated day of the week. Before Martin Luther King died, he said, I feel that I am integrating my people into a burning house. And what is the result of this integration? Of this, come. Let's make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. Don't you understand that the Civil Rights Bill is a covenant with the heathen that is round about us? I mean, don't you understand that in those days went there out of Israel wicked men, meaning Israelite men, who persuaded many. Now you understand the purpose of a John Lewis.
They said what? Let's go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. I wonder has everybody heard Hosea Williams' account of when Dr. King got shot on the balcony? And how Jesse Jackson literally wiped blood on his shirt so that he could say that he held Dr. King after Dr. King got shot. And that Judge Joe Brown came out and exposed the fact that Jesse Jackson had so much to do with Dr. King being assassinated. And that Dr. King didn't die on the balcony. He went to the hospital and he was smothered and spit on by the nurses and doctors. Maybe you should study. Okay. And this was the Christian pastor that finally realized he was integrating his people. He was integrating the Israelites into Edom's house, which is burning. And he became no more of a benefit to Edom. And thus his protection was removed. And the people that were around him set him up. Just like Christ. Notice that? Just like him. Okay. 12th verse. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so far herein that they went to the king who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen. So now you got Israelites that's going to these record labels, that's saying to the record labels, you know what? I can go, we can sell this music. We can package this music up. We can talk about, black women is B's and H's and, you know what I mean? We can push this. We can push dope selling. We can push homosexuality. We can push any sin you need us to push on these people. We can push the gangster lifestyle. This spirit of gangster, that's a demon spirit within itself. So when you tell me, first of all, it's unlawful to put a tattoo on your body, that's first and foremost. Thou shalt make no markings on thy flesh. But when you tell me that Pop was righteous, Pop was different. Well, Pop, when he pull up his shirt, it says thug life. How is thug and life in the same sentence? Do you know what a thug is? A thuggy is where the term came from. It's one of those that were secretly laid secret in the secret places when the visitors would come and worship Kali, the 8-armed blue god of the East Indians. That also the rappers, Russell Simmons and them, they worship this god as Kali of destruction and darkness. Okay? She had a temple in East India. Okay? And at this temple, worshipers would come from all around, and they would bring her riches. And the thuggies would come in and rob them. Oftentimes taking gold out in their mouths. Now you understand where the grills come from. Nothing is done out of the clear blue sky. A lie is not able to move. It has no life if it were not for the truth. The very foundation, the very breath of a lie is the spirit of the truth. That's why once the lie is exposed, you can never tell the lie again. All right. Then certain of the people, okay, so then 14 verse, whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the custom of the heathen, and made themselves uncircumcised. Made themselves uncircumcised. What does that mean? It's telling you that grown men, you gotta understand, you didn't have anything to do. The southern kingdom, Israelite, Benjamin, Judah, and Levi coming up in the custom, you didn't have nothing to do with you being circumcised on the 8th day. You didn't even know you was here. Your parents had you circumcised on the 8th day to fit the covenant of the law. That's why your circumcision is counted as uncircumcision when you forsake the law and when you forsake the holy covenant and when you worship idols like white Jesus. When you become a Christian, you are making yourself uncircumcised. When you become a Muslim and you worship the stone and you worship this wooden cross as a Christian, you are making yourself uncircumcised and you are forsaking the holy covenant and joining yourself unto the heathen, and you are a sellout, sold to do mischief. All right, so now let's go down and let's see that Antiochus Epiphanes had rule over Egypt as well as he had rule over Jerusalem. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people. Is that a pillar of Christianity? You know, they said it was 5 pillars of Islam. One of them is making a Hajj to Mecca. We have to read the other 4. But all of them have to do with idol worship. The fact that they have 5 pillars and Lucifer has 5 pillars as well. Should tell you something, but maybe it doesn't. And that crescent moon and that star that has 5 pillars, and the color of it is red. Maybe I'm making it up. Maybe I'm making it up. It's something you just can't make up. Okay. All right. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and everyone should leave his laws, so all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king. Yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion, and sacrificed unto idols, and profaned the Sabbath. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 pillars. For the king has sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and to the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land, and forbid offerings and sacrifices and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbath and festival days. Don't you profane the Sabbath, Christians? Don't you profane the festival days? Meaning the 7 high holy days. Don't you profane those days? Don't you keep opposite days in the Christian church? Don't you keep Christmas? Christians, don't you keep Easter? Easter is a bunny that lays eggs. Where chapter and verse can I find that? And what is the purpose of a bunny laying eggs? Easter is from Ishtar, the Greek goddess of fertility. You see how dumb you are? Of course you're dumb when you reject the Holy Spirit. Does everybody understand what's going on? All right. Let's look at the purpose of all of this. The purpose of Antiochus, the name that Antioch is named after. The purpose of Christianity. Let's see it. It's so simple. 46th verse. And pollute the sanctuary and the holy people, and set up altars and groves. You understand the Christmas tree comes from a tree grove, right? It's an evergreen tree that is cut out of a tree grove. and chapels of idols and sacrifice swine's flesh. I thought you said it was no problem. You eating swine. An unclean beast. That they should also leave their children uncircumcised and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanliness and profanation, to the end that they might forget the law. This is the purpose of Christianity. To the end that they might forget the law and change what? All of the ordinances. And whosoever would not do according to the commandment of the king, he said he should die. And in the self-same manner wrote he to his whole kingdom and appointed overseers. You pastors are overseers. You house slaves, you're overseers. That's why they teach you to read. You see, Larry Jackson is an overseer. You see, Puff P. Diddy and 50 Cent and Nas and the rest of these buck dancers are overseers. It says that he is affiliated and loved by Oprah and Steve Harvey and Tyler Perry. Why? Because you are overseers. Officer. They gave them their power and great authority. In the self-same manner, 51st verse. Wrote he to his whole kingdom and appointed overseers over all the people, commanding the cities of Judah to sacrifice city by city. Then many of the people were gathered unto them. To wit, everyone that forsook the law, and so they committed evils in the land. So you reject God's law, statutes, and commandments. You reject your nationality as an Israelite. You reject your customs. You reject the sound truth of the elders, the prophets, the commandments that were given to you. You reject that for Christianity. And a white Christ that told you that you don't even have to have any relationship with that law. Then many of the people were gathered together unto them, to wit everyone that forsook the law, and so they committed evils in the land, and they drove the Israelites into secret places, even wheresoever they could flee for succor or safety. Okay. Now the 15th day of the month of Caslu, in the 40th and 5th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar and built idol altars throughout the city of Judah and on every side, and built incense and burnt incense at the door of their houses and in the streets. And they had rent in pieces the book of the law, which they found, they burnt them with fire. And whosoever was found with any of the book of the testament, if any committed to the law, the king's commandment was that they should be put to death. Thus did they, by the authority unto the Israelites every month, to as many as were found in the cities. Now, in the 5th and 20th day of the month, the 25th of the month, the irony that they just keep using this 25th day. It's just coming out the blue. I guess it's just coming out the blue. They did sacrifice upon the idol altar, which was upon the altar of God. At which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised. And they hanged the infants about their necks and rifled their houses, and slew them that had circumcised them. Howbeit many of the Israelites were fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing, wherefore they rather to die. So instead of eating a pork chop sandwich, the Israelites said that they would rather die. that they might not be defiled with meats, and that they might not profane the holy covenant, so then they died. And there were great wrath upon Israel. So I'm going to go over one more verse. In 2 Thessalonians, I'm going to read this all the way out so that we understand that you have your choice. You have been warned of the spirit of the truth. And please do as you must. Because salvation is an individual work. I am only to warn you. This is a warning. Okay? Flee falsehood and lies. The greatest, most satanic lies the earth has ever known is the doctrine of Christianity. It has brought more destruction to our people than anything else in the earth. Okay? This is 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 10. And with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish. Deceivableness of unrighteousness means that you swear up and down that Christianity is God's truth. You swear up and down that doctrine is the spirit of the truth. And so you're going to reject this truth. Watch this. Because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. You say you already saved. Right? Christian, that's what you say. You say that every day. I got slaved. I was 14, 15 years old when I went down to the office. I still remember to this day. Liar. Because they receive not the love of the truth that they might be saved. For this cause, since you think you're so bad, and you got it all together, so much so that you reject truth. You just shoo it out the way. Watch this. And for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but have pleasure in unrighteousness. But we, Israelites, are bound to give thanks always to God for you, brethren, beloved of the Lord, because God hath from the beginning, not from the book of Acts, not from the New Testament, because God hath from the beginning chosen you to salvation. How? Sanctification of the Spirit and belief of the truth. You are in a trick bag. That cross is cross on your forehead. Turn, or you meet the Father's wrath face to face. You have been warned. And that's that on that. Y'all can come off your mics, man, and bring this thing on out, man.
Oh, it's a good word. That was good. Man.
Hey, Miss Deborah, shout out to you. That last one was 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 11. Miss Deborah. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 11. Does anybody have anything, man? Anybody have anything?
Oh my gosh. There's so many questions. There's so many. Do I have anything? Oh my gosh. I got questions from way back when we were watching that first video. It's insane. It's insane. I mean, I could go back to where I heard somebody in the video from hours earlier that said some brothers got a second Jesus.
Yeah.
Bro. So it's starting to lead me to ask a question like, okay, so I know God, the Most High, wants us to choose life. But But is there a God that is the God of the dead as well?
Yes.
Is it the same God?
Yes. No, he can't be the same.
No.
He can't be.
No, he can't be. The God that we serve is the God that chooses life, wants you to choose life.
That's right.
Not the God that wants you to choose death, but the God of the dead.
That's right. Period.
So it makes me wonder about some other things. Like, they say, the saying, you have to die twice. Or you have to be born twice and die once. Or be born once and die twice.
Be born twice and die once. Yeah.
Right. And so if you get baptized as a baby, you don't know the difference of what's going on. Only until you become an adult.
That's right.
And you make a conscious decision about it.
Right.
And so that means you're dying from that old life. Isn't that right?
Right.
And so what is the second death? It's got to be the lake of fire.
Yes. That's what they say.
Pete, my bad, man. I can't share from Instagram, bro. I can't share the video from Instagram. Unless, let's see. Well, you'll have to send it to me. You'll have to send it to me on like Telegram or something, bro. I don't even know if you got Telegram. But yeah. You know what? I tell you what, Pat. Put it in the chat. Put that. If you could put that in the chat, then I can click on it. And I put the video for y'all. You can go to that video, the one that I showed earlier. That was something I did like 5-6 years ago. But you can go into that.
I appreciate it.
I see that there. You got it, bro. You got it.
Because the God of life.
That's right.
And abundance and everlasting life.
That's right.
This is paradise. This earth is supposed to be paradise. But the Christian religion, or the God of the dead, or however you want to look at it, I don't know, is masquerading and creating all this chaos to make it seem like it's not. Thus making people believe that in order for you to have your heaven or to have your abundance, you got to die.
Right. Well, you got to keep in mind. Now, let me say this. This is not your rest. So right now, as the video said earlier, and that's from Job 9:24. It said it plainly. It says that the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. You got to understand that. So this earth has been given in dominion. Because you got to understand, when the devil took Christ to the pinnacle and showed him all the treasures of the earth, he told Christ at that time that the earth had been given unto him, and that he had all the treasures, and all Christ had to do was to bow down and worship him, and he would give him the treasures of the earth. And Christ told him the scriptures. He said, you know that I worship the Lord thy God and him alone. Period. That is the first commandment. Right? So understand that the only way to combat the lie is with the truth. But you got to first accept the truth. If you are covered in Christianity, when it's your day to be tempted of Satan, then you're going to bow down. Do you understand that? That's the only way that you get an Eddie Long and a Creep Your Dollar and a TD Fakes.
Right.
And now, please understand something, that these people aren't only exposing Christian pastors, they are exposing the Christian church. But guess what? You can't see it because the first thing you say, oh, nobody's perfect. Or you think about all the evil you still doing. And all the sin you still covered in. So you're not seeking for righteousness neither. Only thing you seeking for is the appearance of righteousness. That's why he said, with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. And for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion. I hope you caught when I said earlier that Satan is a W-2 employee of the Lord. Do you understand that?
I remember that.
He don't want that smoke. All that popping y'all doing and all that pride that you in, talk about you a Christian, you already saved it. You ain't got to keep God's laws. Satan don't even have that level of pride. I want you to understand that now. Satan has never told you not to keep the Lord's commandments. The only thing he said to you was that thou shalt surely not die. You understand that? So I need y'all to pay attention. I need you to understand. You always calling up the Pharisees. Oh, well, the Pharisees, this and the Pharisees, that. Christ taught the Israelites to do exactly everything that the Pharisees taught. Do you understand that? But you so full of pride. You think that the Pharisees are worse than your Christian pastor. But the Pharisees never told Israel one time not to keep God's commandments. Do you understand what you're saying? Do you understand? More so, do you understand who you're dealing with? For you to fix your mouth. Christ himself told you don't even think it, let alone teach it. Let alone smear that filth throughout your family. Do you understand that? Let's just think about it. Let's look through the whole Bible. Let's look through the entire Bible. And let's look at the Israelites. Were the Israelites destroyed for loving and cleaving to the nations, or rejecting and killing the nations and hating the nations? Which was why were they destroyed? They were destroyed because they loved the heathen. They loved them so much they disobeyed their own God just to be a part of them. And guess what you do to this day? You reject the prophets. Israel killed their prophets so that they could worship the gods of the heathen nations. I'm just saying that you don't. The reason why you don't understand, and the reason why you're dumb and stupid, is because you don't love Christ. You hate Christ. Because you think that you can have Christ without having to deal with the truth. You think that they come in separate packages. You think that they're in a separate combo meal. You can't have Christ without the Father. There is no Christ. Listen, man, don't be silly. Don't be silly. And get out of your pride. Your pride is designed for you to walk to the slaughter peacefully.
It said that many of the Israelites persuaded many. And it's you Israelite men. You persuaded many. You the ones that they allowed to read. And once you learn to read, and you were book broken, and you were willing to teach poison to your people. Do you understand that you can't come out with a rap song that you are killing a cocker spaniel in a rap song? Do you understand that will never get played? But you got drill music. You couldn't have a genre of music or a part of hip hop to kill alligators. But you can kill your own people. You can destroy your own women. You see that? And you love it so. And you hate the truth, though. That's the main thing. That's the main thing I want you to understand is how much you hate the truth, man. And when you hear the truth, how the first thing you want to do is combat it, reject it, cover your ears, close your eyes. Not my Jesus. Now I don't want to hear that. No. Can't nobody tell you nothing. Well, guess what? If I can't correct you, I cannot protect you. Case closed. If you don't have enough respect for black men, you're done. You're done. You can't love Christ but don't love black men. Period. That's case closed. I mean, Christ told you that. He said you don't even get no credit for loving God, man, if you don't love your people, man. I'm saying he literally reserved murder, made it the equivalent of hating your brother without a cause. I'm just saying. Look at it. And why aren't you picking up on that? Because you hate Christ. You hate the truth. You shape your life to be comfortable outside of the truth. That's why you pick these churches. Because they make you comfortable outside of the truth. They explain, they tell you things that you don't have to do that God said you do have to do. Christ said, think not. Do you think that Christ ate a pork chop sandwich? Or BLT? Do you really think that? Do you really think that? And so I just say, you know what I mean? You can run your mouth all day long. You can think you bad is what you want to think you is. But trust me when I tell you, when it's time for that truth, when it's time for you to take that stand, when it's time for you to give account of your life, when it's time now, and I don't want y'all to notice something. I want you to notice on earth what happens. Now you a gorilla, you a big time, you know what I'm saying? You this big time killer, and now look, now I'm talking about. I watch First 48. I watch all these kind of things because I want to see how demons function, man. I'm amazed at how demons function and how demons take over people's lives. And what you'll find at the root of many of the demons and evil and wickedness, those that occupy the prisons and the jails that you done thrown away and you done forgot, came out of Christian households with no man in it. That's just, I'm just saying, on the majority. And you gotta understand, more black men are locked up in America than anywhere else, than any other nationality on planet Earth. And they can all be traced back to a Christian household. that is ran by a Christian woman. I want you to understand that now. That's the facts. That's the facts. So when you see these prisons, and also not just the prisons, but the abortion clinics too. They feel because girls are not as gangster, that gangster lifestyle that don't appeal to females like it does to males. Okay, they're not battle, they're not gang. I mean, but now you have it. Now I'm not saying you don't have it, but I'm just saying on the majority, that's the weaker vessel. You understand? So you don't have they are more in the abortion clinics. And please understand that you don't need no black man's sign off for you to be able to take his child out of your womb. You do understand that, right? So we got 20 to 30 million black babies, and all of this is based on Planned Parenthood, who we showed earlier in the video. It says that you will call the children of the devil. They called you. Their neighbors called Margaret Sanger father, who was an atheist, the devil, and called them the children of the devil. That's where your Planned Parenthood came from. And the brother and the white guy said, "Listen, this is something that black people need to think about. That the abortion clinics, Planned Parenthood, is in majority black communities, 70% of them." But guess what? Every time is some sort of a march or something to bring back abortion, this and that. Who do you got? A fat black sister in the front with her head covered, talking about how the woman's choice. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Making a choice to get a number 2 or a number 3, do you have to wait until after you have eaten it and 2 or 3 weeks, or I guess it's 2-3 months afterwards to decide what you wanted to eat that day? If you wanted a number 2 or a number 3, do you know how ridiculous you sound? Talking about you don't have a choice. If you can't end your pregnancy, you don't have a choice. They call it reproductive rights. A woman's right to choose. Well, why would a woman have more authority over my seed than me? And we don't even share it. We talking about Floyd Mayweather, hundreds of millions of dollars. His ex-fiance got pregnant with his twins. He was excited. He was happy. He shared them on the ultrasound on his Instagram. Next thing you know, his woman sneaks out and aborts the twins because she didn't want to mess up her body. You understand that? She want to mess up her body. You hear that? Why? Because you hate the spirit of the truth. You love this earth.
That's the same chick that went and started dating Nelly after.
Yes, sir. Wow. And guess what? And wait a minute. Black people applauded it.
Oh, I know it.
Black people was up in arms. All on G103 calling in, telling her, well, listen, you had to make a decision for you. Wait a minute, let me say something to you. Let me say something to you.
That kills the theory of not having money to take care of a child. Right?
Come on, man.
Come on,
man. I'm just saying. That's what they want to. They use the excuse anytime they petitioning for it. They want to talk about not having enough to be able to take care of the child and being raped. Is what it's spoken of every time, ain't it? Those are the 2 points to why you're supposed to be able to legally, according to Sukiyoni, because you got to understand, Sukiyoni, before she blew up, she was in the abortion clinic twerking. She made up a song. I can't even repeat the song because I know I get my YouTube banned and all of that. But that was her song. She is twerking. Her and a homosexual black male. Okay. Singing the abortion song. If that baby be. I'm not gonna have no baby with this end.
Wow.
I'm talking about saying it over and over. I'm saying, how can it exist? How can it exist, bro?
You talking about autonomy on steroids?
Come on.
I mean, liberation is on steroids. So that's crazy, man. Wow.
And guess what? But what gives these people a voice? You got a face that's a black male. You know, probably he ran cross country and went to Catholic school. You know, he went to private school and from nobody hood. You understand? And along with his counterpart, you know, who's Arab. Well, they say Arab, but you know he's Jewish. Okay. Promoting this. Now, they're not promoting their daughters. None of their daughters are any Sukiyanis or sexy reds.
They do it on the down low.
You understand? Nor would they accept their dogs to be treated like this. They wouldn't put their dogs. And then you gotta understand, America wouldn't allow the dogs to be treated like they allow black people to be treated. Do you understand that if a cop shot an unarmed Cocker Spaniel, all hell's a break loose? Mm-hmm. And you just had an Air Force 23-year-old Air Force pilot gunned down in his own house. Come on now. Do you understand that the cops better not gun down a Labrador Retriever? You understand that? Do you know that it is against if you go out and shoot an eagle? Do you know that's 20 years in jail?
Oh,
the same amount of time that they gave Ghislaine Maxwell for 30 years of human trafficking of their own children. You see how the game go? The game deep now. The game deep. But guess what? I'm the problem. For bringing out the scriptures. I'm the problem. For bringing out the Bible. I'm the problem for telling you to repent and telling you to turn from your sin. And boy, guess what? If you don't. Because so many of you forget the extreme heat and pressure in the wrath of the living God. You got the right one. I'm telling you that now. All of you popping, you got all this. Oh well, I'm an agnostic, and I'm a supercalifragilistic, and I'm a this or that. Listen, you better find out who the real God is. Because if you don't, and the scripture says it, fall on this rock and be broken. But if this rock falls upon you, it will grind you into powder. We can work with the broken pieces now.
You know,
we got a 10,000 piece puzzle. We can work with it. But a powder puzzle? Have you ever seen? Listen, take that baking soda and just squeeze a little amount out and make a pinch out of it. Come on, man. Quit playing, bro. The Most High is not. Man, listen. He the last one you want to play with, man. And that's a shame that Christianity has created the spirit in you and made you so proud that you don't have to fear the Lord. Why? Because the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. You understand that? You understand that if we didn't have the Christian church, if the Christian church taught what the Bible says, man, do you understand we wouldn't have a Sukiani or a Sexy Red or do you understand that? Do you understand that? I mean, you just look at our people before our generation, man. The families was 5, 10, 15, 20 people, man.
Oh, yeah.
Do you understand that? Now we're not even we're talking about multiple. Man, look at what's going on, man. Do you know how many brothers you came up with that didn't have their fathers in the house? Do you understand how unacceptable that was back in the day? It wasn't no ifs, ands, and buts about that. But why? We took Christianity instead of our culture. You know what I mean? We took feminism. You understand? We took the money to get rid of the black man. He said, will a strong man? He said, can you spoil a strong man's house? You must first what? Bind that strong man to spoil his house. What did he mean by spoiling the house? He mean by putting Sexy Red on the radio in there. Because you gotta understand, these sisters be sitting right up there in the driver's seat, playing Sexy Red, watching their baby twerk, 7 years old, 6 years old. You know why? Because you hate Christ. And you love a lie. And get what? Your 15-year-old boy done seen 4, 5, 6, 7 dudes come through. Eating out of Syria. They done seen that. Because that's what's going on. And get what? She's supposed to be able to do whatever she want to do. And that's the spirit in the earth, man. You see it everywhere, man. And can't nobody say nothing to nobody. You got P. Diddy is the number one story on number one story in America is P. Diddy. They barely even said anything else about the 23-year-old brother. That was an Afro that did everything right that you told him to do right.
Yeah, but look at.
Wait a minute. Go ahead, Pete. My bad. Go ahead, Pete. I didn't know you were saying something. Go ahead. Yeah.
What about the white dude with what was his name with the UFC?
What? Who?
The one that run the UFC.
Yeah. Dana.
Yeah, Dana. Was it White?
Yeah. Jumped on his wife.
Man, ate her up, man. And you just heard it it was just a glimpse of it.
Yep.
They didn't put the video out. We talking about broad daylight now. I think they was at a casino or something. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you ain't see no video of her. You see what I'm saying? So, as wicked as them folks are, them folks, they sell themselves out. But see, they still confiding with the enemy, because the enemy, when they go against you, see, now they wanna destroy your image.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now they want to make you the face of the image, but it's most same-sex violence going on. The heterosexual. But
Absolutely.
we ain't gonna hear that.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
See what I'm saying?
That's right.
That's right.
They killing each other like cutting on water. But see, they not gonna put that out, because see, they want to promote that.
Period.
See, because that's destroying you as a race.
Mm-hmm.
See? So now you below replacement now.
Mm-hmm.
So now they trying to get the Generation Z, which is your kids now, your new batch of kids now.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jay, my son Jay and Nuke now, I think they Z. So now they trying to get Generation Z to reproduce, and they ain't doing it.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So everything you done put out, it just the chicken just done came home to roost.
Period.
See, that's just what it is.
Yes.
Same thing going on over there in Asia and all that in Japan. Okay?
Oh,
see, they dying, man.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't reproducing.
That's right, bro.
You done pushed all this feminism and all this liberation. So you done pushed all this empowerment and all this foolishness all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And
you got that small being in power that's pushing that, because they keep money for them. I was telling some sisters last night, y'all the ones that's targeted now. See, they don't want. That's why you're not raised to be wives no more. See, you raised to be career chasers.
That's right.
Because see, they gonna pimp you to the grave.
Period.
That you make all this money, and you have a big house and a Mercedes with a dog in there.
But you've
But
been
you've been the target, though.
And now
That's why the serpent dealt with you when Adam walked away.
Yeah.
It's been going on since the 60s.
Yeah, man.
It been
going on since Genesis.
Full circle now. Right, it's full circle now.
Mm-hmm.
The weaker
vessel.
Yep.
The weaker vessel, right? So, it's here now. And the problem is, they didn't expect it to get that bad. Just like the old lady that wrote the Sex in the City stuff and all of that. But that lady was married for 55 years.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
But when she get about 80 years old, and she about to go to the other side, now she want to talk about how sorry she was.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So anything that done made you proud, that's why I say, the love of money is the root of all evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you want it so bad, you'll come up with all kind of ways of getting it.
That's right. Period.
See, it don't make it right. So now your whole nation is under judgment now.
That's right. And a lie can't make the truth.
Yeah, you can't. Ain't no way to turn the clock back. It's too far gone.
Absolutely. And see, all of the things that make your life and your nation a treasure, you can't do it with a lie. The only way to strengthen your nation is by the spirit of the truth. Christianity can't build black people, man.
No.
We see it. We see it.
Yeah, you already see it.
You see it. You see it. And you can ignore it all you want, and you can go from this church to that church. As soon as your pastor get exposed, you're going to another swine eater.
Yeah.
Nobody can stop you. Guess what? And then mostly, and really, first of all, the black church is full of black women, first of all. Secondly, the black men that's in the church is feminine.
Right.
The dudes that's in the, I mean, you can listen. Go on any of these church programs or whatever. You start seeing these feminine pastors.
Yeah.
Okay. And you start seeing these members. You can see them even in the congregation jumping up and down like women.
You gotta understand that, man.
And you gotta understand that the spirit, it says that the spirit of Antichrist will not desire a woman, bro. Like, don't you understand that? Don't you understand for a man to desire a woman is godly? And that when you look at Baphomet is an hermaphrodite. It is a woman and a man together.
It's a hyena.
That's right.
Man. So you see what the falsehood of Christianity. You can see what it produces. You can see what it produces.
Yeah, because when you think about it, if all you think about these mega churches and all that, why is so many single women when you got all them churches?
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
How is that godly? All these women in that single. What godly?
Come on, man. And then for the one to say, woman, thou art loose.
Yeah.
What you going through? What I'm saying is, look at. Have you ever been swallowed?
Yeah.
Like who? Wait. Don't listen. This is what I'm saying though. Now everybody want to act like they already knew it. That was so crazy to me.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? The Lord does the exposing of the wicked. But you just go from one frying pan to the flame. That's it. You don't care. Why? Because you hate Christ. You hate the truth. And you hate righteousness. Because even if you are submerged in the church, when you hear the spirit of the truth, you gonna know what it is. And guess what it's gonna start doing? It's gonna perk your ears up. It's gonna open your eyes, and you gonna start to look around and say, "Wait a minute, where am I?
Yeah.
Where am I?
Something is wrong.
Something is wrong. Because get what? You still got to live your life. Right? And you still got to deal with the realities of life, because the Christian church is creating these women that'll tell you immediately, the first thing they tell you, I want to live life. I want more out of life. I want to be happy. I don't want this no more. It ain't you, it's me. You understand what? You don't have to keep no laws. So you ain't got to stay in the covenant. It ain't no laws.
I guess it's automatic.
You can do whatever you want to do. Get what? It's no more order. You can do whatever you want to do.
And that's how you can tell the condition of the culture. That culture is do whatever you want.
Period.
It don't even make no sense.
Come on, man. It just goes back to you hate Christ. Deep down, you hate Christ. You only love a God you can put in a box.
And then y'all, so you got to understand too, the whole setup with that too is that you got to understand culture and how you would socialize. All that even start from your school system. You know, the Depression school system, all that stuff come out of Britain and Rome and all that. Absolutely. Down, man. You know, so, you know, it was always like that.
Absolutely.
And that was that nation that was sent from the north, man. So these people been wicked from the beginning.
Period. That beast is in all forms, bruh.
How do you even fathom when you understand what community is? Community consists of families. Like, so how do you even build a nation without community?
It's impossible. How do you build a nation with sin?
Yeah, I mean,
you feel what I'm saying?
If you get back to the point where all this stuff don't even exist, I mean, like, okay, so what's supposed to be the natural way or whatever to do it?
How can it be done?
Like that, yeah. How does that supposed to happen?
How can it be done?
How does it? You know, what are we just
I mean, are we going back to primitive? Hell, woman go get impregnated with a man, then they just walk out here, she go live somewhere, raise a baby, and he go somewhere. I mean, like, what's going on? It's just confusing, man.
It's nothing but confusion.
I'm gonna tell you what's real bad. It's amazing to me. How proud that the women have became, man, because I still look outside, I still see roads being paved and bridges being built. I still see gas lines being erected and put under the ground. I see buildings still going up. I still see heat and air. I still see plumbing systems. I still see you need a water source, a water treatment plant that has to be maintained for your survival. I mean, like, how do you get in your mind that you don't need that?
How do you do it? They put it in there. That's right.
That's what I'm saying. If you mean to tell me that in your mind that you don't need the people that maintain that, something wrong with you.
Something wrong with you. Something wrong with you, bro.
And I'm telling you, men don't even say that.
That's right.
They got that show. What's that show called? The Island, Survivor Island, or Bear Grylls, or whatever. Look at that show when they take and put the men on the island over here in the woods, in the wilderness, and then they take the women over on this other side, and they drop them off, and they got to survive. Just look at the show. And that right there explains everything. Right there. How the Father set this thing in order, how you built and made genetically, how they made genetically. Right?
Right.
The men automatically start getting into the pecking order of who knows this, who don't know this, how we gonna bond together, ain't got a damn thing to do with what the color look like. It's all about how we gonna survive.
That's right. That's right.
I'm just trying to show you.
Mm-hmm.
So when you in a situation where you know that you ain't got but so much sunlight, and you know y'all gonna need some water, y'all gonna need some food, you gonna need some shelter, because you hear some thunder, it's some clouds cracking open, it ain't no shelter. Hold up, bro, we got to figure something out. And you look at that show, the men already bonding together, working and doing what they got to do so that they can survive.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a government within itself. That's right.
That's right.
And
it's creating a government within itself in the order.
You
understand?
Yeah, within itself. Just automatic, right? They getting their water. They know how to get it. They know how to use the stuff to kind of strain it, filter it. They getting their wood. They starting fires. They chopping stuff down and building shelter. Then they pan over. They go over there where the women at. And you got one or two strong little feminists. They telling the other women, "Oh, we gonna make it. We can do it," and all this and that. And the other chicks over there, they crying and no, what are we gonna do? And they done got some water and done drunk it, done got sick. They done took the stuff. So it ain't about. See, the problem is they want to make us all the same. And we not. And they done created this artificial world that men have bled for, went and died to protect the lives of everybody, to keep you from being invaded. And you mean tell me they just look over all this stuff? You go in the store, and you go in the meat department, and you like that big red steak, but you can't stomach going to the slaughterhouse to see how they prepare it.
Yeah.
But you want it.
Yeah. Indeed.
So it's back. So like I say, they go back to the island. They over there. Now the other women I got to the point, they don't want to hear a damn thing these feminine women talking about.
No. Because the gig is up.
In their natural mind, they know they need the men.
Period.
So guess what happened? They called back out to the folk. The people had to come out there and go get them and show them how to get over there. Got them over there. Got the men over there. The men started helping them. They had some food, and I just look at how everything just changed. But you still had one of the old femmes. She probably was 50, 60 years or whatever. She's still trying to fight the spirit. Just still trying to fight it. Them other women over there ain't studying that man.
Okay, for real, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it ain't about, it's just the way God created things.
Period, bro. It's the order. It's order. It's the truth, bro.
Yeah, like what are you trying to do? I mean, you're not setting up cranes to pick up 50,000 pounds and put it on no. I mean, like, what is y'all trying to do? And this is why men so confused. Like, I mean, y'all don't see this stuff. I mean, you know. You know, just for one, just leave for a while. Just leave everything going. The treatment plants, everything. And y'all just come over and just run it and maintain it. I give you a couple months. It's all over. You'll be ringing the bell.
Period.
And it ain't just because you don't want to do it. You ain't designed to do it.
That's right.
That's right. It ain't for you.
You ain't
designed to do it. But you know what's sad? They'd rather try it than just concede to it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
They tell you about the spirit.
It's called pride
and
arrogance.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just that bad.
It's sad, man.
Matter of
fact, I'm gonna bring up what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go on and pray us out.
Men not made refrigerators. Men not made microwave ovens. You got plumbing in your house. I mean, you got almighty.
I'm gonna go on and pray us out, man. So I can let y'all go. I know we done been here a while, man. So I'm gonna go on and pray us out and. All right. Abba now is Shabbat Shemayim, Kwadash Aya Shamka, Yahweh, Malakwa, Tapa Radazaka Aya Isha, Bara Tazah Kawa Aya Bashemayim, Nathan Lanawa, Lakan Kal Yawam, Wasalat Lanawa, Chawa Watanawa, Kansalat Lanawa, Chawa Watanawa Wala, Lanawa Yam, Bashinawam, Abba, Hashinawa, Mayam, Ra, Kaya, Laka, Alakwa, Wa Alaf, Wa Aparath, La Amalam. Amen. Man, love y'all, man. Love y'all. That's another great one in the books, man.
You better believe it. You better believe it.
Lit.
I still got a lot of questions.
What you got? I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave with no questions.
No.
Man.
Let's save it for another time.
Okay. No doubt, man. No doubt. Well, I definitely want to say, man, that I hope that everything comes down to the foundational premise of it all, man.
And that
foundational premise is fall in love with the truth, man. Fall in love with the truth. Even with things that you're not really ready for right now, right? You get things that come out. You got to understand it. Things that come out in the teachings. Some things are going to be advanced, right? You might not be able to necessarily accept it right then. Just because you hear the truth one time, don't mean that you can just jive with everything right then. That's okay.
You understand what I'm saying? You got to take your time, though, and you got to understand that at the end of the day, it's going to have to prove itself out in the truth. So even if you can't accept it right off, just keep living. Like my grandma used to say, she tell me that all the time, baby. Don't never say what you ain't gonna do. Just keep living. And you know what? That's the spirit of not hardening your heart, man. To things that you don't necessarily understand yet. That don't make this false. That don't make your allegiance shouldn't be to no religion anyway. Your allegiance should be to the living God, to the Creator of the heavens and the earth. He's the only one that deserves His glory, man. He the only one that deserves this glory, this power, man, this authority. This honor, this praise. He's the only one that's worthy of the praise and the honor. We should not be spending any of our energy worshiping other gods or giving any other gods the Father's glory. Because they promise us riches, or they promise us comfort, or they promise us heaven on earth. You understand? Christ said, this is not your kingdom. This is not your rest. This is not your rest. I go to prepare a place for you. That's what he said. He said, forego your heaven now. He said, don't even envy the rich. Because they have their reward. Don't envy them. They got all that they got right now. Ask Puffy, is it worth it? Ask him now. Ask him. And guess what? He's still using the same thing he used for 30 years. His lies. And every time he speaks, he does nothing but dig himself deep. It is like quicksand, man. You cannot play, bro. You can't. Your arms are too short to box with God. You can run your mouth talking about how much you love God and how you looking for God's mercy and grace and all of that. You can say all of these buzzwords and it means nothing. You still can't get no sleep. You still vexed in your spirit. Every time you turn on the news, every time you turn, and then you wonder, well, why ain't none of the people that put you up to it, that was partying with you, why they ain't getting exposed like you getting exposed? Right? You know what I'm saying? Why they ain't saying nothing about these folk, man? Why they ain't saying nothing? Because you gotta understand, you are a part of a bigger agenda, man. Once you sell your soul, you don't have no control about what come out and what. Listen, you are a slave. It don't matter if you're $100 million slave or $1 billion slave. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You understand? So I love y'all, man. Much love, honor, and respect, man. We'll get together another time. Shalom.
Yes, sir. Shalom, Bob.
Family, we love you. Recording stopped.